Streaming.
All right. Today is July 6th, 2021, our regular council meeting calling to order. And just notice to the public that the city council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice and discussion on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please, Ms. Fobar. And you're muted.
Sorry, Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I would. Please stand if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet, would you read our mission statement, please?
I would be honored to. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Ms. Fobar, do we have anyone for public participation, general public participation today?
Mayor, we do not have anyone for general public participation at this time.
All right. Well, that brings us down to appointments for the Beautification and Public Art Commission, agenda item number 5. And I do believe we are starting with Councilmember Sweet.
Mayor, this is Sterling Solomon, City Attorney. I do have a comment on this before we start.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out for the council that we originally had 5 applications to fill 4 positions here. One of the applicants withdrew. That means you have 4 applications for 4 positions, which you can go through them and appoint all 4 to fill all 4. You can appoint none and leave the application process open, or you can appoint 2 of the 4 or 1 of the 4, any number of the 4, and leave the rest available and open for additional applications for the council to appoint later. Just wanted to make sure everybody understood the options. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. With that in mind, Councilmember Sweet, do you have anyone you would like to particularly appoint?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to appoint Anthony Garcia to a term expiring June of 2024.
I second that motion.
All right. I have a motion by Councilmember Sweet, seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Me next in line here, I would like to nominate Tina Zecker to a term expiring June 2024. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Oh, I have a seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Who do we have? I believe we have next on the appointment list, pulling it up here, Councilmember Shimoni.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make an appointment to a seat terminating in June 2024 for Matt McGrath.
I will second that. Motion by Councilmember Shimoni, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to appoint Carla McCord for an appointment a term expiring June 2022.
I will second that
I'll second.
motion. I have a motion by Councilmember Salas, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We are down to agenda item number 6 for our consent items. I would like to motion to approve all consent items stated A through K. Unless another member of council would like to pull out any specific one. Motions on the table.
I will second that, Jim McCarthy.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us down to agenda item 7A. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-32 and ordinance number 2021-16. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, declaring us a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk entitled PZ-21-00066 updates to zoning code 2021, accessory dwelling unit and accessory structure encroachments requirements, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10, Flagstaff zoning code to modify the existing accessory dwelling unit and accessory structure encroachment requirements. Staff recommended action is to adopt resolution number 2021-32.
Mayor, members of the council, Dan Simer. I'm here for any questions for you today. I do not have a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Simer. Council, do we have any questions or comments regarding this issue? Questions for Mr. Simer? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question, but before I get to that, I want to just make it clear that what we're doing here is the setbacks, for instance, in the rear of a home right now is at whatever it is for that zone. Like, for instance, the zone I live in, it's 15 feet. In residential 1, it's 25 feet. And that would be going to 5 feet, which is significant. And I'd also like to point out, when council makes a zoning change, that it's essentially permanent, because of takings things, it's very difficult to reduce these changes. So I did have a question for Mr. Simer. Dan, the public had a chance to weigh in on this. So I guess my question, Dan, is have we outreached? What kind of outreach have we done to the community to make sure that people have had a chance to comment on this? I note that we've had extremely small number of people commenting. So could you describe to me what kind of outreach we have done?
Sure, Councilman McCarthy, Mayor, members of council. What we've done is we've had the 2 work sessions, one with council, one with the planning commission. We've advertised in the newspaper twice, and this is not just one of those little 1/8 inch by 1/4 inch ads. State law requires them to be a minimum 1/4 of a page, or 1/8 of a page, I'm sorry. Typically our ads are about 1/5 of a page, a little bit larger. And the 2 days that this item was advertised, we had 2 ads on the same page. So we were taking up almost a 1/2 a page, just less than a 1/2 a page on the newspaper. In addition, we had this posted on the city's website and on the city's Facebook page. We do get comments from those from time to time. Also, we had it posted on our Flagstaff community forum, which has just over 2,700 subscribers. So every time we post something on that page, it goes out to those 2,700 people. The comments are those that we received on that page have been supportive. They're just, yeah, please make these changes. We've had the 2 written requests, so we also notified those people that are on file with the city that asked to be notified of zoning code text amendments. In addition to just to make a note, you know, the community forum, since we've been using it, has had over 20-some thousand visitors and 2,800 participants. So this format is very good. We use it for not all, but a vast majority of our communication to the public, because it gives an opportunity for the public to also participate on that mechanism as well. In addition, we had the planning commission hearing, and we had the 2 city, and this is the 2nd city council meeting. So in total, we've had 5. This will be the 5th public hearing as of date. Hopefully that's a summary that you have that addresses your question, Councilman.
That does answer my question, and I appreciate that, Dan. I will be supporting this, but I'm going to have a minor amendment to it that I'll propose, but I'll let the other council members speak first.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Council members, any other comments, questions regarding this this item? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dan. I just want to express gratitude to your work on this. I'm very excited about this moving forward. And then to Councilmember McCarthy, I'm curious to hear your amendments. And yeah, I look forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I'm not seeing anything further from the other members of council, Councilmember McCarthy. So if you would like to propose your amendment, yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'll just make a motion to approve and include the amendment. And if the other council members don't like my amendment, they can just vote no on it. And then we can have a second motion to consider this item without an amendment, if that makes sense to Mr. Sterling. Mr. Solomon, I mean. All right, so I move that we adopt resolution 2021-32 with the amendment, and then I'll explain in a minute why I'm proposing this, with the amendment that no windows be allowed in the back side of the ADU structures. So that's my motion. Now, for discussion, that would allow windows on the other 3 sides of an ADU, on the side yards, internal and external, and towards the major building. But why would I not want windows in the back? To be honest with you, I'm concerned that it's a privacy issue. Like in my yard, I can't imagine a house with windows looking into my backyard 5 feet away from my property line. That just seems completely inappropriate. So that's the reason behind my amendment. And I see Mr. Solomon has a comment.
Yes. City Attorney, if you want to jump in.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. And Councilmember McCarthy, I know you explained your motion, but we still have it on the table and we haven't had a second called for. We just need to have a second called for before there's any further discussion. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll second that just for the sake of discussion.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Further discussion, Council. Councilmember Shimoni has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious what Dan has to say. I'll let him go first.
Sounds good. Mr. Simer, you wanna jump in?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just want to make sure that I understand the motion is to amend the code subject to the zoning administrator, myself, and the city attorney modifying the text so that it's the rear of the building. So the code talks about rear, does not talk about back side.
That is my intent, and just to further clarify, and I think I should have said this before, but I didn't write it out ahead of time, is that this would only apply if the ADU was outside the normal building envelope. So in other words, if the building, like in my zone, if the ADU was 15 feet away from the, I believe the word is rear property line, they could have a window. But if they were up closer, like 10 feet or 5 feet, then they could not. So is that clear, Mr. Simer?
Mayor, members of the council, I do believe that the motion is clear, but I'd like to restate it for my clarity, is that if an accessory dwelling unit is located or encroaches into the zone's required setback, then no windows shall be allowed on the rear elevation of the accessory dwelling unit.
That is exactly my intent. Thank you, Mr. Simer. And just as a point of clarification, this would have no impact on an ADU having side windows or windows facing towards the street.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing this forward. I struggle with that, Councilmember McCarthy. I do. I feel like we should let this be a flexible process and not too prescriptive here. But I am curious what other council members think. And I guess that's just my thought at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too appreciate your amendment, Councilmember McCarthy, and I too am concerned about making regulations too onerous. We're trying to encourage ADUs to be built and to increase density in our neighborhoods, and I don't know that the having a second story window, whether it's on your house or on an ADU, I don't know whether the spacing makes that big of a difference. And my biggest concern about the amendment is making it more difficult to build these. But I would like to hear from the rest of council if they have anything to add.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other members of council, if you want to jump in here. Well, I'll add in my 2 cents here. I honestly don't see how it's much different from having a window in your backyard with an ADU as it would be just standing in one's own backyard. And therefore, I don't see it as any more onerous of privacy issue than just being able to be on your own private property. So I would not be in favor of this particular amendment. And to kind of echo, as Vice Mayor stated, that I think we're trying to deregulate our ADUs to incentivize more infill through its process. So I'd like to stick to that. But I'm happy to hear from other members of council, or we can move on to seeing if the motion by Councilmember McCarthy carries. All right, council, we do have a motion.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
I was just going to add my own 2 cents on this. I don't feel strongly about it. I'm happy to support Councilmember McCarthy's motion. I don't know if it'll pass, but either way, looking forward to it moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Hassan. Well, with that, we do have the motion on the table, seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Mayor, this is before you vote on that, Mayor. Before, I know you
Yes.
called for that, but I would recommend, with the amount of comments back and forth between council members, I would recommend a roll call vote on this for simplicity's sake in our remote meeting format here. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Yes, Ms. Bobar, if you'd like to do a roll call vote on this, please.
Certainly, Mayor. Let me just pull that up. Sorry, having a little bit of difficulty.
No problem. And just to clarify, this is specifically for Councilmember McCarthy's added amendment to this. So
Actually, let me comment to that, and Sterling can jump in. My motion was to approve the overall package with my added words. So that's what's on the table now. So procedurally, if you don't like this amendment, vote no on it. But in effect, you're voting no on the whole thing. Then another council member could make a separate motion to approve the item on the agenda without any amendments. Is that correct, Sterling?
That is correct.
All right, just to clarify, I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
No problem. It's good for the clarification before we're voting. So this would be to approve with the amendments attached. So Ms. Bobar, are you prepared for a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember McCarthy,
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Shimoni,
No.
Councilmember Aslan,
Yes.
Councilmember Salas,
No.
Easy,
Nope.
Vice Mayor Daggett,
No.
Councilmember Sweet.
No.
All right. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-32.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? That motion carries. I would like to move to read ordinance number 2021-16 by title only for the final time. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
A second by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 10, Flagstaff Zoning Code, by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Case Number PZ-21-00066, updates to Zoning Code 2021-Accessory Dwelling Unit and Accessory Structure Encroachment Requirements, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 2021-16. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's seconded by Vice Mayor Dackett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us to our routine item 7B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-33 and ordinance number 2021-17. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, declaring as a public record that certain documents filed with the city clerk and entitled case number PZ-19-00123, updates to zoning code 2019, neighborhood community commercial, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Arizona, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 10, Flagstaff Zoning Code, to modify the zoning code to include a new zone called Neighborhood Community Commercial. Staff recommended action is to adopt a resolution number 2021-33.
Mayor, members of council, Dan Simer, zoning code manager for the city. I'm here for any questions you may have. I do not have a presentation today on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simer. I understand we do have one public comment on this item, which, yeah, if we're ready for it, that would be great to have.
Mayor and council, I have Mr. Steve Finch on the line. Steve, you can go ahead and speak. Please mute your speakers.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Steve Finch from the Northern Arizona Lodging, Tourism, and Restaurant Association. Speaking in regards to the FCC zoning, we asked the question of how is this anything other than harmful to the improving for the majority of Flagstaff citizens and the conflicting differences that I've specified in the letter that we have written a couple of times. In particular, how does it improve the housing emergency that you've declared when this is going to be reducing the building capability by 40% for capacity? How does it achieve anything when you're trying to achieve your objective of carbon neutrality? It only makes that even more difficult. How do you make Flagstaff affordable for the residents living in the city? It doesn't. It makes them more difficult. You're just figuring them out. Just going to tell the residents how important these missions are for you. For those who are trying to live here in Flagstaff. Flagstaff population is growing, and other than these three, you're just making it more difficult to achieve the three objectives by throwing in another barrier. As your last topic you just talked about, you talked about making it easier for people to build and live here. And this only reverses that decision by making it more difficult. So what does the council want? And that is the question to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. All right, council, with that, if you have any, Vice Mayor Daggett, let's comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been torn on this from the beginning. I appreciate our historic neighborhoods and their desire to keep the character of their neighborhoods. I also hear Mr. Finch and others who have made the argument that how can we be striving for affordable housing and carbon neutrality when at the same time we're decreasing density. And I guess I have a question, but I don't know if it's a question that really has an answer. But my reason for supporting this is so that we can get public input on this new zone. But if the council, this council or future councils is never going to use this, and I don't know that we aren't, but use this zone, what I don't want to do is waste people's time, I guess, is my comment. So I'm really interested to hear what staff or my fellow council members have to say about that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council, thoughts? Councilmember Shimoni.
I'll jump in. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that. I agree with you. You know, I also sympathize with that that train of thought and that concern that you have. I'm okay with us creating this zone, but I also don't want to waste staff time and the public's time going down this path. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at now. You know, I was just talking about this with someone the other day. Now that student housing focused projects can't be built and infill projects, I mean, we've adjusted the zoning code a number of times now over the last few years. And I guess I feel good with the zoning code and I feel good with the projects coming in. But I do want to be respectful to the communities and the neighborhoods that have been so impacted by some of this growth. So I'm okay with us creating this zone, but I do have a lot of hesitations moving forward. But I also am open to hearing dialogue by our colleagues and staff and also by the public. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support this tonight, and I will support implementing the zoning in certain areas. We're absolutely not going to take all of the existing community commercial CC and convert it to this new zone. That is not going to happen. I will tell you why I'm supporting this. When I ran for council, the issue was we don't want 65-foot buildings in our backyard. And I understand that. And my support of that position is what got me elected to council. So I think I don't have any choice but to respect the people that voted for me and put me on council to respect their wishes. But we are not going to do this carte blanche. We are going to do it carefully, and we'll do it where it's appropriate. But it is not appropriate in all locations. Just as an example, 4th Street. I don't think the property owners on 4th Street want to be changed to this 45-foot zoning. They want 65-foot buildings. Well, considering that that's what they want and that it's a commercial core, I will respect that. So that's where I'm at on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I am also torn on this, but I will tonight support and agree moving forward with this. It's hard when I really feel that we need the density, but I too, like Councilmember McCarthy said, want to honor what our community wishes. And I think it's very important that we listen and have that community outreach. I am wondering what that public outreach will look like and what the plan for that will be. And I think we move forward with care and that we respect that this will be a large conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am not supporting this new ordinance and resolution. Again, it runs counter to city's goal of providing maximum density to attain housing availability, and then balance that out with our housing emergency crisis, along with our recently approved carbon neutrality plan. Second, reduction in building height poses potential decrease in property value, which will likely expose the city to expensive lawsuits where taxpayers' dollars will be likely spent. We heard the Vice Mayor and Council Member Shimoni mentioning we don't want to waste staff time. I don't want to waste taxpayers' money and city funds to defend the city in potential expensive lawsuits that will be invited with this new zone. And then most importantly, I understand there's a plan to engage in a robust community outreach after this new zone called neighborhood community commercial is adopted. I think that should have been done way before this new zone is adopted, considering that the Sunnyside neighborhood plan is yet to be developed. So with that, I am not supporting this resolution and ordinance, as I have voted no in the first read a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I will note that this zoning code has come through a lot of deliberations, particularly with the Southside Neighborhood Plan. It's not being implemented tonight, but it has been part of a large discussion with the community, with a lot of outreach built into it, and a neighborhood plan that won international awards. So, and out of respect for that, again, I think I share a lot of concerns alongside my fellow council members on the implementation of this. I mean, it needs to be selective, not a blanket 1,000 parcels that we're going to be implementing it, but particularly out of respect for the many community discussions that have happened, the neighborhood plans that have been developed and are in development. I am going to support this resolution this evening. So without further ado, I would happily entertain a motion from council members.
Mr. Mayor, I can provide a motion. I have had my own moments of skepticism about this, but I appreciate the innovative tool that city staff have come up with here. And I think this is going to be a nice tool for our toolbox to be used in certain circumstances, but not in all circumstances. And I look forward to the implementation of that, and also the ability for us to continue those community conversations in other neighborhoods. A very important component of this, which is to be rolled out in the near future, and also just recognizing what a difficult year it's been in terms of community outreach. And the part of what's so innovative about this tool is that it is, in one sense, allowing us to have our cake and eat it too. We're respecting the wishes of the Southside neighborhood while being able to continue the conversation in Sunnyside and in other places for the best results in a variety of different neighborhoods around Flagstaff that would otherwise have been too coupled for us to have this flexibility. So I would like to make a motion. I'm looking at my, help me out here. Which one are we on? Dash 33? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-33.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay, Salas.
That motion carries. I'd like to, I move to read ordinance number 2021-17 by title only for the final time. Do I have a second?
I will second that, McCarthy.
That's seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay, Salas.
That motion carries. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 10, Flagstaff Zoning Code, by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Case Number PZ-19-00123, Updates to Zoning Code 2019-Neighborhood Community Commercial, NCC, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective.
I move to adopt.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay, Salas.
That motion carries. We're down to agenda item 7C. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-14, an ordinance levying upon the assessed valuation of the property within the city of Flagstaff, Arizona, subject to taxation, a certain sum upon each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amount estimated to be received from other sources of revenue, providing funds for various bond redemptions for the purpose of paying interest upon bonded indebtedness, and providing funds for general municipal expenses, all for the fiscal year ending the 30th day of June 2022. Mr. Tatter.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Services Director. There's no presentation on this one. We're just seeking your second read of Ordinance 2021-14 to adopt our property tax levies for fiscal year 2021-22. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatter. I move to read an ordinance number 2021-14 by title only for the final time. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Tatter. And I know the answer to this, but Mr. Tatter, is this going to increase the property tax, the city property tax? You can say it in a word.
Yes.
Yes.
It depends how you ask the question. The tax revenues are increasing because of new construction. If you look at it from that perspective, the tax rates are decreasing to keep the levy flat plus new construction. So it really depends on how you ask the question.
So the point I'm trying to make is that for an existing property, the taxes will be flat. They're not going up.
Again, that's not a flat statement for all because assessed valuations change differently by different properties.
On average.
On average, they should remain flat. Sorry to make it so difficult, but it's technicalities.
Okay. I think you get my point, though.
So in the end, amidst our increase in valuations around the city, the property tax rate on average is going down so that aside from new construction, our revenue is flat from property taxes.
Yes.
Thumbs up for Mr. Tatter.
Yes, that would work as far as the levy as a whole.
Yes.
Not going up. Yes.
All right, sounds good. Well, with that, there is a motion on the table that has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. City Clerk.
An ordinance levying upon the assessed valuation of the property within the city of Flagstaff, Arizona, subject to taxation a certain sum upon each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amount estimated to be received from other sources of revenue, providing funds for various bond redemptions for the purpose of paying interest upon bond indebtedness, and for providing funds for general municipal expenses, all for the fiscal year ending the 30th day of June 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Bobar. I would like to move to adopt ordinance number 2021-14. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, and I have that seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. Down to agenda item 7D. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-15, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of real property for the Lone Tree Overpass project, providing for delegation of authority, subsequent council approval, severability, and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read ordinance number 2021-15 by title only for the final time. Mr. Doty.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This no new presentation, no new information, but I'm available for any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Doty. With that, I move to read ordinance number 2021-15 by title only for the final time. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
That's seconded by Council Member Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Whitmore.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of real property for the Lone Tree Overpass project, providing for delegation of authority, subsequent council approvals, severability, and establishing an effective date.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2021-15. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have that seconded by Council Member Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. We're down to agenda item 7E. This is the consideration and approval of contract. Change order number 15 with Shepherd Westnitzer Incorporated in the amount of $97,500 and add 235 calendar days for the Rio de Flag Flood Control Utility Relocation Design Services contract. Staff recommended action is to approve change order number 15 with Shepherd Westnitzer Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Appreciate your time. And I will be presenting on change order number 15. The Rio de Flag project team is pleased to provide that for you. And also included in this presentation will be an update on the Rio de Flag. So we'll provide information since we've been meeting with them this past spring. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video and start the presentation. All right, is everybody able to see that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. So again, as I mentioned, this is an update on, or actually, I'm sorry, this is change order number 15 for the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project. And this change order will be to Shepherd Westnitzer, who is the design consultant for the city on the Rio de Flag. So the following is an overall project map that we have shared in the past. This project is divided into 3 reaches. There is the lower reach, there's the clay reach, and the upper reach. So as you can see, they're kind of underlaid on the drawing there, but in the black letter, you can kind of see the reaches. So the Army Corps has proposed to phase the project into 2 sections. Phase 1 includes the lower and the clay reaches, and that's designated in red, phase 1. There's also phase 2, which is the upper reach, and also includes the composite channel and the flood wall section. In that section, or phase 2, is designated in orange. So let's go over a little bit of history with Shepherd Westnitzer as our design consultant. So in 2005, the city entered into a contract with Shepherd Westnitzer for design services. That original contract was approved by council, and that contract amount was $1,582,000 with a duration of 275 days. The original contract was based on the Army Corps' 30% plans for utilities, right-of-way plans, and specifications. and also any additional scope that was made with the progression of the 30% plans. In 2005 to 2009, the contract with Shepherd Westminster executed modifications. Those were administered through the city's change order authority and staff's contract allowance authority. So there was no council action needed. In 2009, staff presented change order number 4 and council approved that change order. Change order number 4 was a result of a value engineering workshop that the Army Corps conducted. Again, in 2009 to 2020, the contract with Shepherd Westminster executed modifications that were administered through the city manager's change order authority and staff's contract allowance authority. And again, as I mentioned before, no council action was necessary, so that was done at the city manager or staff's level. In March of 2020, staff presented change order number 13 and council approved. Change order number 13 was a result of the Army Corps receiving $52 million in federal funding to complete the project. Staff met with Shepherd Westminster and came up with the additional work necessary to complete the project and to meet the Army Corps' goal. In December of 2020, staff presented change order number 14 and the council approved. So change order number 14 was a result of the Army Corps and the city reviewing the project schedule and meeting with our stakeholders. Stakeholders are BNSF and ADOT. Change order number 14 would also produce 100% plans that the Army Corps could solicit bids for construction. Change order number 15, let's talk about that, is before you tonight for your consideration. Change order number 15 is a result of further discussions with the Army Corps and their real estate section regarding the real estate certification. In April of this year, the Army Corps sent the official take letter giving direction to the city to acquire property rights necessary for the Army Corps to certify the real estate. The amount of change order number 14 is $97,500 with 235 additional contract days. Change order number 15 will include revisions to the Schedule B exhibits within Phase 1, and there are 46 exhibits that will be revised. Also included are revised or new legal descriptions for the overall channel easements and temporary construction easements. Right now, there are 57 new legal descriptions and also 59 revised legal descriptions for Phase 1, and there will be 15 new legal descriptions for Phase 2. It will also include revisions to the segment maps. And these segment maps will accompany the entire package, which is a requirement or a need that the Army Corps has with the real estate certification. Finally, change order number 15 will include meetings at Shepherd Westminster to coordinate and participate as the city's consultant for the final real estate deliverables. And as I mentioned before, there is a 235-day time extension, and that is just to keep the contract current with Shepherd Westminster as they perform the work and to meet the intentions of the Army Corps to complete the design in 2022. Change order number 15 has been reviewed by staff. Also, change order number 15 will meet the responsibility for the city as outlined in the project cooperation agreement. Funding for change order number 15 will come from the Stormwater Fund. And on June 17th, 2021, the change order committee reviewed and recommended that change order number 15 be forwarded to the council for approval. So what I'll do now is I'll give a project update to give council and the public information on where we are right now with with the project. So this project update will focus on the design, on the Army Corps of Engineers, and real estate. So I will provide the update on the design and the Army Corps, and Bryce Doty will provide the update on the real estate portion. And just as a clarification and information, Christine Cameron, who is also a project manager for the Rio de Flag, she is providing an update on BNSF with the next agenda item. So she'll cover that there. Project design. The Army Corps submitted the take letter to the city in April, and the take letter is the beginning of the real estate certification process. So right now, the city has been working with Shepherd Westminster to verify the limits of the property acquisition. So we have had several meetings with the Army Corps real estate section to discuss formatting of the required documents. Coordination between the city and the Army Corps is needed to ensure the property rights cover the proposed improvements. The city and Shepherd Westminster are reviewing and working towards finalization of the drainage design. There are drainage patterns that are adjacent to the flood control project, and the city is reviewing to ensure they all work collectively. The city also has spot drainage improvement projects that will need coordination with the Rio de Flag flood control project. The city and Shepherd Westminster have completed the next phase of the composite channel plans. These plans are also known as the low flow channel. The intent is to complete that design, and then the improvements will be incorporated into phase 2 of the Rio de Flag flood control project. And just for information, staff will be meeting with Friends of the Rio on Thursday to review those plans, the 60% composite channel plans. And we plan to do a field walk just to make sure everybody is understanding of the direction that we're moving forward. Army Corps of Engineers. So on April 7th of this year, the City Council, senior staff, and the Army Corps, including General Owen and Colonel Bolton, participated in a field tour of the project. The group reviewed several components of the project that have been completed or are proposed as construction. General Owen, Colonel Bolton, and Mayor Deasy communicated the importance of the project and their commitment. On April 8th, the City Council, city staff, and the Army Corps, including the General and Colonel, met with BNSF staff from the Fort Worth office to discuss their proposed mitigation measures. The intent of that meeting was to discuss solutions and to meet those mitigation measures. The entire team, including BNSF, was committed to moving the project forward. So as a result of those first initial meetings on April 7th and 8th, last week, June 30th, the City Council, senior staff, Army Corps, and again, the General and the Colonel met once again to continue that discussion from April. So in that meeting, we covered options to meeting the BNSF mitigation measures. There was talk about tunneling or doing a shoe fly on the north side. Again, these are options. We're still going through that vetting process. The meeting also covered a draft schedule for the real estate acquisition. Right now, the Army Corps is reviewing that schedule, and we're continuing to meet to make sure that is refined and we have an accurate schedule. We talked about strategies on how to best acquire construction and maintenance agreements with BNSF. So there are essentially two agreements that are needed with BNSF. There's one where the crossing will be just south of City Hall. And then there will be an agreement for the work on the lower reach, which is basically adjacent to their right of way. We also talked about their federal funding, and we also talked about participation in federal grants to help meet the mitigation measures as outlined by BNSF. And at the end of the meeting, we had a commitment to set future meetings as we go forward. I believe we have one coming up in August that we will continue to go through the vetting process of our options. Internally, the staff at my level, the project level, we are meeting with the design consultant from the Army Corps. We're doing this bi-weekly. We want to further refine the project schedule on deliverables. We want to finalize the design for drainage and utility items, as well as just coordinate how these real estate documents, the segment maps, the legal descriptions, the Schedule Bs, all of those exhibits, just making sure they're all to the liking of what the Army Corps would like. So that is the update on the Army Corps. And right now I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bryce and he can go through the real estate.
Thanks, Trevor. I appreciate it. As Trevor mentioned, we did receive the take letter from the Corps on April 21st, and that was really the revised limits of the project footprint. And since that time, SWI has figured out we need a bunch more legal descriptions. We need to revise some, and we need new ones. And so that's what this change order is going to unlock. They're going to be working on those revised legal descriptions and how those impact the other documents that we need in terms of getting appraisals. So we have to kind of get a complete package for a statement of work so that we can understand what the value of these acquisitions are going to be. So we're going to do that all on a rolling basis is the goal. And we set up our schedule to reflect that. So while the entirety of the real estate we expect to deliver at Q1 2023, we're expecting to start closing on some of these property acquisitions in January of next year is the plan. But this is just kind of the broad-based nitty-gritty timeline of that. And we're continue to work with the Corps to try to tighten this down as fast and make it as reasonable and get it done as fast as we can. And that's all I've got. Thanks, Trevor.
Thank you, Bryce. So to conclude our update, I just wanted to give a quick update on the bridge project that's occurring outside. So the state is in charge of delivering that project, and the city is providing assistance. Completion of the entire project is anticipated by the end of October of this year. Right now, traffic control measures will continue with appropriate lane closures. The traffic control plan is being reviewed and monitored by the state. And if you remember, maybe a couple weeks ago, the entire road was closed just south of City Hall. And that was done from June 10th to about June 17th. And the reason for that closure was to allow the ADOT or the state and their contractor to take out the old bridge and put back the new bridge. So they did that all within 7 days. That the work effort there was 24 hours, 7 days a week. So there was 2 shifts, 12 hours apiece. And they did great. They got the bridge in, and they were actually done ahead of time on what they had scheduled or estimated for opening. So they did really well. For the remainder of the project, the contractor will install the bridge barriers on the north and south side. They will also install some drainage features on the north and south side to address erosion. They will begin to do the over excavation and backfilling beneath the new bridge. And they'll also do some placement of concrete pavement on the west side in Route 66. So just for information, the over excavation and backfilling that will be done beneath the bridge will support the future Rio de Flag flood control project. And so at this time, I'll conclude the presentation and be happy. Our team is here to answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you. City Council, any questions at this time? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. To you, and Bryce and Christine and our partners over at the Army Corps of Engineers and at BNSF. I really appreciate the ongoing communication that you all are having with them. I also want to say thank you to DC managers and our city manager for your leadership on this. This has been a big lift, and Mayor, to you as well. Thank you for your leadership and bringing this as far as we've gotten. It's great seeing this move forward, and this has not necessarily been easy. So thank you to the entire team Flagstaff and to our partners for helping us, along with Nexus Consulting. Almost forgot you, Bob and Anna. But everyone that's been involved, I'm extremely grateful and excited to see this continue to progress and move forward. And yeah, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And yes, thank you to the whole team as this continues to move forward, sometimes an inch at a time. But with that, I would like to move to approve change order number 15 with Shepherd Westnitzer Incorporated, in the amount of $97,500. Do I have a second?
I'll
I'll second that, Mayor.
Oh, I think Vice Mayor may have beaten you to it there. So I have a second by Vice Mayor Dackett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? That motion carries. That brings us to agenda item 7F. This is the consideration and approval of cooperative purchase contract, Arizona Department of Transportation, Milton Road Underpass BNSF Railway Bridge Replacement Concept Analysis Phase 2. Award of design phase services cooperative purchase contract to WSP USA Incorporated for a feasibility study in an amount not to exceed $149,614 under a City of Tucson cooperative purchasing agreement. Staff recommendation is to award the design phase services cooperative purchase contract to WSP USA Incorporated. Ms. Cameron.
Thank you, Mayor DZ. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Christine Cameron, and I'm a Senior Project Manager with Capital Improvements. I also have a short PowerPoint today, so I will go ahead and switch over to that screen. Right. So does everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yep, looking good.
Great. So this item is for consideration of award and an engineering design contract to WSP for concept feasibility of the Milton Underpass, which is also the BNSF rail bridge. This activity is tied closely to delivering a handful of our local projects and the mitigation that BNSF is requiring to offset operational impacts during construction of those projects. So I will pause along the way at each slide, but Mayor, please interrupt me if I do not see the activity in the chat. Okay. So for the agenda tonight, I'll do an overview of our local projects, discuss the BNSF mitigation items, then present the concepts we've been working on with the railroad to date. I'll go over the funding strategy to bring this overall plan together and review the schedule. So for our local projects, I'll zoom in here in a moment for better clarity on the exhibit, but this is our general downtown mile project area. City Hall is top center or a little bit left of center. We have the Route 66 corridor here along the northern edge. The Milton Road corridor, which runs down here to the south. On the left of the screen is our La Plaza Vieja neighborhood. And to the south is the South Side neighborhood. And then further to the right is the future Lone Tree Overpass project area. So you can see here the general boundaries of that overall downtown mile project area. So if I zoom in, hopefully this works. Here we go. Please let me know if you lose the exhibit. So if we look a little closer from left to right, those local projects include the Florence to Walnut pedestrian underpass. and this is the underpass of the railroad that provides a safe, or will provide a safe north-south connection for the La Plaza Vieja neighborhood and others. Number 2 is our Milton Bridge. ADOT is finalizing, if they haven't already, their corridor master plan that addresses future improvements to provide travel lanes and/or room for better bike ped improvements in this corridor. Number 3 is our Rio de Flag flood control project, which also it includes the floodway to contain and convey the 100-year flows, and it also includes a bike pedestrian underpass of the railroad. So number 4 is Mountain Line's Downtown Connection Center, the DCC, and they are moving forward with design of an improved transit hub and possible co-location with other providers like Amtrak and Greyhound. And then number 5, as you see, is our existing Amtrak station. This facility, the building is currently undersized for their needs, for their clientele, and the facilities are not up to date as far as easy access for people with disabilities. And so a reason why they are looking at that co-location. And then number 6, out here to the east, is our Lone Tree Overpass. And this is the concept line work from the 2010 study, which is going under preliminary design as we speak. The Lone Tree will provide grade separated crossings of the BNSF corridor and the future Rio de Flag alignment. The overpass will also improve our transportation network circulation across the rail corridor, which reduces congestion of our other crossings, San Francisco and Beaver Street. And the overpass will also include separated bike and ped facilities. So I will pause before I go to the other slide if anyone has any comments or questions.
I'm not seeing anything in the chat box right now.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. So on the previous slide, we have a lot of close projects that are grouped together, within a mile stretch of our downtown and south side area. And they are all either along the rail corridor or crossing the rail corridor. So construction of each of those projects need close coordination on design and construction with BNSF. BNSF looks at this group of projects, and their perspective is that they don't handle these types of issues on a case by case or a one by one basis. It's not efficient. It doesn't address the combined impacts or opportunities in getting these delivered. And in order to maximize the funding and process efficiency and reduce construction impacts, a holistic plan is required between the city and the railroad to address these. So in reviewing the design of the Rio de Flag project, BNSF has presented a list of mitigation items. One of the main items is for the city to provide a passing siding, which is just a fancy way to say an additional railroad track through town, to reduce the construction impacts and capacity reduction to their operations while we are installing these projects. This is their Southern Transcon route, and they don't have any tolerance for disruptions or reduction in service, nor do they accept any risk to those operations. So this passing siding will also serve as their third main line that they are planning in the region. This new track is currently identified for a distance of about 6.5 miles in town. Through future planning and design, that full length will be defined. So being 6.5 miles, it will impact existing street crossings that we have, their track infrastructure, the rail crossovers and signals that are within their rail system. And so, it does have an impact to kind of looking at the rail system for improvement. In order to provide this additional track, we also need to plan for changes to the existing Milton Bridge structure to get these full 3 tracks across where we only have 2 today. The other mitigation items are temporary track and boarding platform mitigation and Amtrak during construction, if that is necessary, if we identify that as a need. And they also want Flagstaff to develop and provide a community rail safety plan. Unfortunately, our community rates higher than average for accidents and fatalities along the rail corridor. So BNSF is requiring a plan that addresses what the Federal Railroad Administration refers to as the 3 E's. So this includes improvements in the actual engineering measures around the at-grade crossings, an educational component, which is part of our local Operation Lifesaver program that we're already addressing to an extent, and enforcement. The city and BNSF already have a response agreement in place for PD, so the enforcement item could be an extension of services to help deter trespassing. So that plan will also be developed, as part of the mitigation. And we also have right-of-way acquisition from the railroad. Okay. So the largest lift is the passing siding and the new bridge. Currently, we have a 2-track bridge over Milton. Over the last few years, BNSF, the city, and ADOT have been discussing options of what that bridge may look like and where it could be placed. So what you see here is the alignment of a South Shoe Fly track that BNSF approached the city with late last year. This keeps the existing Milton Bridge intact and adds a single 1-track bridge to the south. The benefit to this scenario is that it does not fight the grades of Milton Road that we have on the north side of the bridge. So it could be installed with less modification to Milton. Downsides are that it would require the city to take private residential property and essentially give it to the railroad for their corridor, which would be located in this area in La Plaza Vieja. And it would require, the plan does not include the ability to add travel lanes or improve bike ped facilities to the underpass along the Milton corridor per the corridor plan, because the existing bridge would stay in the same footprint and the same width of the corridor. It's also more difficult to include our pedestrian underpasses because at all times we must keep that minimum of two rails active for rail operations. So we also have been looking at a north shoe fly. With the North Bridge, the plan would be to construct a new 2-track bridge to the north, and at the same time include construction at the Florence Walnut Underpass in this location, and the Rio de Flag Floodway and Ped Underpass at this location. All this work would be done offline to the north while the tracks remain active in their existing alignment to the south. Once the work is complete and the train traffic is switched to the new north tracks and over the new Ped Underpass sections, we would take down the existing bridge over Milton, widen the new bridge to the south, which would provide the 3rd track, and continue the complete construction of the Florence to Walnut Underpass, the Rio, and the Rio de Flag. So at the end of the day, or at the end of many days, you get the new rail realigned to the north, and you get the full underpasses included with the project. The benefits to this is that there's little to no property impacts because BNSF has a substantial amount of property, for their rail corridor. So we would not be getting into any neighborhoods for impacts or private properties. It provides the opportunity to build the Milton corridor to a complete street scenario with travel lanes and separated bike and ped facilities. So it would really be a long-term permanent solution for the community. There are drawbacks to the scenario. We do have the grade realignment for Milton, which is something that WSP is working on with the first phase of this contract effort. And the concept is looking favorable, but we need to follow the process through with BNSF and ADOT to investigate and define their standards and where those standards may be flexible so we can all kind of land on the same page. One of the givens is that we are holding the grade of the Rio de Flag ADOT bridge that is just completing construction now as a hard connection. So that new structure stays in place and is not impacted by grade changes along the curve at Milton. As an exercise in alternatives, WSP is also looking at a single bridge to the north and keeping the existing bridge, but it also comes with the same drawbacks as a single south bridge, except the property isn't as impacted. At this point, we're trying to keep everything on the table. And, you know, as we work with our partner agencies through the process and come up with like the best overall scenario for everyone, knowing that there's going to be some give and take there. So you see, we've got a lot of local projects and resources that are in place already, but we do not have the funding for the BNSF mitigation improvements. So neither the bridge or the passing siding is funded, and we are in need of an overall master plan to bring all of these things together. So this is where the RAISE grant opportunity comes into play. The city, in partnership with BNSF, Mountain Line, MetroPlan, Amtrak, ADOT, and others, we're developing a planning grant application for the Department of Transportation's RAISE program, which is formerly known as Build or Tiger, if you're familiar with those. So RAISE stands for Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. And this effort will take our existing planning, design, funding, tie all of these close projects together, plan for interconnection for multimodal transportation, and continue on with designs like the bridge and the additional track. So we will look at optimal construction phasing of each component with the rail corridor, provide NEPA environmental clearances with the grant, and cost estimating. So the goal is to develop these early items and position ourselves for a full design and construction grant application in 2023. So the application is due on Monday. It's looking really good. We've got some fantastic participants and partners, namely Jeff Malbeck and Dave Wessel from MetroPlan, Kate Morley from Mountain Line, Stacey Breckler-Nags from the city, everyone that does this, you know, at the expert level. And I'm learning a lot along the way. So, and those involved feel that we'll be very competitive. The RAISE merit criteria, which are local projects and our the council adopted neighborhood plans initiatives directly to like bike and ped improvements, increased safety, crossings, climate action measures, flood control, economic opportunities and security. And I'm really excited to provide that application document to council and the public when it's complete. I think it will offer a lot of good information to the community to understand the overall plan's purpose and goals. Warning that I've got bad network. Can everyone hear me?
You're breaking up there a little bit, Ms. Cameron.
Okay. One item of note is that BNSF today, they agreed to become a funding partner in the grant match. They have committed to providing $100,000, and we got that news today, so I wanted to share that with council and the public also. Okay, so I wanted to circle back to the action item at hand. We are currently looking at an August delivery of the phase 1 work, which is underway, which is a basic horizontal and vertical line work and concepts for the bridge structure. And this was to see, first off, if the concept was feasible at this initial level or if we found some fatal flaws. So far, things are looking good. When we get the deliverable in August, we will most likely keep WSP moving forward. We wanted to bring this to council before the break so we could continue work and hopefully have phase 2 wrapped up in the fall. As I said, the RAISE grant's due on Monday, and we anticipate hearing back on awards in November. If successful, this puts a schedule into motion that could line us up for a full construction grant award in late 2023 and get us started with the Rio to Flag construction shortly thereafter. In the meantime, we'll be working towards design completion, as Trevor outlined, and the real estate work that Bryce reviewed earlier. We reviewed the overall schedule with the Corps last week, and BNSF has also bought in they are in agreement that this path makes sense for providing the funding and the BNSF clearances to allow the Rio project to move forward. They, like us, wish it could come around sooner. So we'll continue to push on those that could help us. We heard some good ideas from our mayor and council members at the meeting last week. So we'll keep talking about that, to keep on BNSF leadership for cooperation, and perhaps reach out to electeds like our transportation secretary. So that brings my overview to a close. I have put my contact information on this slide if anyone from the organization or public would like to reach out. I understand this is a lot to envision and digest, and we've been working on it for several years, and it's very exciting to be able to work on something like this for the community. Actually, that might be, there we go. It bodes well, these opportunities bode well for delivering a lot of great projects for our community. There is a lot of work to do to develop the overall plan, and we'll continue to fight for grant funding to make it happen, which isn't always the bird in the hand. And the public will be fully engaged in the planning process going forward. The RAISE grant provides funding for that and requires that. So that's a requirement. So I will stop there and see if Mayor and Council, if you have any questions, please.
Thank you for the update, Ms. Cameron. Council, do you have any comments or questions? Or else I'm happy to put in place a motion to award the design phase. Second here. All right, I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so I would like to move to award the design phase services cooperative purchase contract to WSP USA Incorporated for a feasibility study in an amount not to exceed $149,614 with the 270 calendar day contract period. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a second by Vice Mayor Dackett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. With that, it is right now 4:27, and I think we should take a short break, 4:28, and be back here at 4:40 p.m. to discuss the zoning map changes for the 11 acres. So I will see you back here at 4:40 p.m. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, we are down to agenda item 8A of our regular agenda. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-06, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 11 acres of real property generally located at 151 West High Country Trail, APNs 112-05-001W and 112-05-011 from the estate residential zone to the medium density residential zone, with conditions providing for severability authority for clerical corrections and establishing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Alexandra Pucciarelli, current planning manager. I'm coming to you from out of state, so I'm going to leave my camera off and hopefully the internet cooperates with me tonight. I'm going to share a quick update on this.
Yeah, Ms. Pucciarelli, just 1 second here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
City Attorney had a comment. Mr. Solomon?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Alex. I just wanted to let everybody know that as we move through the discussions here, if you have any questions with respect to the procedure, wording of motions, Christina Rubalcava, Senior Assistant City Attorney in our office, is going to be the one handling this tonight. So I'll defer to her, and I appreciate her being ultra prepared and having done an incredible job working through this, being prepared here for tonight. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, City Attorney. Ms. Pucciarelli. You may go right ahead.
Okay, so this is for the Aura Flagstaff Direct to Ordinance Zoning Map Amendment. We're here tonight for the second read of this ordinance. Let's see. There we go. At our first read of this project, we talked about an alternative density calculation, which would only be based on the 9 acres south of the road. That would result overall in 137 units, 16 of which would be required to be affordable units. That results in a lowering of the unit count by 23 units, including 4 affordable units. Currently, what is being proposed by the developer is to maintain the 160 proposed units. 20 affordable units are required, and of those 160, the developer would actually like to provide 32 affordable units to the city. That's the end of sort of my update to this. I'm here to answer any questions as well as fellow staff, and I believe the applicant is here as well if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Ms. Pucciarelli. Council, comments, questions? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has been a very tough issue for me. I can be stubborn at times, and typically when I put my mind to something, it's hard for me to change it through thick and thin. But this project really has left me looking at my decision-making in a new light. As a council member, it's my job to pick apart a project and weigh the pros and cons for our community. I wanted the regional plan to be more black and white, and it simply isn't. I believe that as Flagstaff grows, we will look at this and other infill projects differently. This won't be a unique conversation anymore. So it's hard for me to weigh in on a final answer when our regional plan is open to different interpretations. When I weigh the values of our community, I clearly can see the value in this project and the housing it offers for our community. We are in a housing emergency, and right now this project gives us the much needed 1 and 2 bedroom units, along with the increased amount of affordable housing with a guaranteed term of 60 years. At the end of the day, I do believe this project offers what our community needs. I really look forward to hearing from my colleagues, and I want to do a quick thank you to the community and to everyone that sent emails, made comments, called in. This hasn't been easy. I've spent a lot of time weighing in on this, and I want to make sure that the community knows that for me, this came down to the housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. And my apologies, before we continue the discussion with the rest of the council members, we do have public participants that I would like to chime in before we continue. My apologies to the participants, and if they're on the line, we're good to go on that front.
Mayor and Council, I have Phil Goldblatt on the line. Phil, you can go ahead and speak.
I'm sorry?
You can go ahead and speak now.
Oh, okay. Good evening to DC Vice Mayor Daggett, City Council members. So we can make clear that I have no objection to developers availing themselves of density bonuses in exchange for affordable housing units. In principle, this is fine. And the need for affordable units is palpable, so it is understandable that we encourage developers to make use of the incentives that provide affordable units. What I do have strong objection to, however, is how this development proposal is trying to utilize additional affordable units to tempt council to increase the density of aura beyond what council has recently passed by a 6-to-1 vote, namely 137 units. So please let us step back for a moment and try to see more clearly what is occurring here. Allowing this development at 160 units means that affordable housing would be placed at a priority above virtually everything else that our zoning code and regional plan are designed to protect and preserve. The legislative intent and purposes of our code place community character and contextual development at a priority, as does the Euclid decision that established that zoning is constitutional. To ignore this is to enter a topsy-turvy world where the tail is wagging the dog instead of the other way around. It also means that a sort of role reversal for decline now allows council to shift its responsibility to the people, but rather make exceptions for this developer that they did not make for any other builder. That is very concerning to us. But still determine whether development proposals accepted or not. What are the appearance standards of our code and the need to safeguard resources through the resource protection requirements and to make consistency with the plan regional plan designation of this parcel as medium density rather than high density, and trying to bring truth to light here. I believe that what we should do is to support Mayor DC to accomplish a much improved plan to provide affordable housing and a lot more of it. Many folks have submitted many creative ideas that should be seriously considered. This development proposal is actually a prime example of something the present program problematic. Do we need to quote-unquote put Peter in order to help Paul? No, we must never even contemplate this convoluted concept. We can help Paul without hurting Peter. To sum up, the recent housing affordability survey shows that most folks expect both more affordable housing as well as increased or maintained regulation that preserves community character of Flagstaff, as I just stated, and that there is too much new housing being built here already. More affordable housing will not protect the character of our city, but better paying jobs will. That is also what we need. I believe this survey reflects a very clear cross-section of our city, and that council should embrace those values in the decisions that it makes. I thank you for hearing me out and considering these ideas. I'll be glad to.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldblatt.
Thank you.
Next public participant, please.
Mayor and council, I have Kyle on the line. Kyle, you may speak now for 3 minutes.
Hey, Mayor and Council. My name is Kyle Mitchie. I'm a Flagstaff resident, lived here for several years now. I'm sworn in support of the Aura development. It's a type of development that I would be happy to move into with my roommates. And really with the housing crisis, the climate crisis, and your guys' action on those issues, I really feel that this development is really where you guys can lock up these hedges. We really do need this density in Flagstaff for the long term. I just really think that the developer has done a good job, particularly in amending the plan to offer more affordable units. And yeah, I'm just in support of this development, and I hope you guys pass the rezoning. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Sheila Duffy on the call. Sheila, go ahead with your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sheila Duffy. I am a resident of Ponderosa Trails here in Flagstaff, and I have lived here for 20 years. I'm one of the original homeowners that was built here in this division. I did express my thoughts to you, Mayor DC, and council members through an email, but I thought I would just repeat it and express it for those who might be listening. I do have three major concerns for this project to continue. One is affordable housing. Two, cars, parking, and congestion. Number three is the total traffic congestion, excuse me. For affordable housing, I just wanted to ask, is the council's and the developer's concept really aligned with the reality of a Flagstaff minimum wage earner? Our council and the developer think it is helpful to say that this will be a good thing, but the bottom line really does remain, what the anticipated rent will be. I mean, if you consider $700 to $1,000 per month for a one bedroom, that would, for someone who's earning minimum wage, I'm not sure that would be really considered affordable for them. Number two, cars, parking, and congestion. It's my understanding there were 160 units proposed, and just to do the math, if there were roughly 2 cars per unit, that would be well over 300 vehicles. High country, Wild West, Gold Mine, and other nearby streets would become a parking nightmare because there apparently are not enough parking spaces provided in the overall footprint within the original design of the building area. This will be similar to, for those of us who are familiar with Railroad Springs and the parking that's going along where the condos are built. We have cars going all up Northwestern Street because there's no room for them to park in their homes. The last one is traffic congestion. Again, we need to be realistic. With 300 or more vehicles, that's another traffic nightmare. It's my understanding that bus stops are planned along High Country Trail, but this is the main traffic artery that isn't wide enough for buses to allow free-flowing traffic while the bus commuters are being served. So that would be even more traffic congestion. So I just feel that this is really not serving the better interests of the people here and the long-term good of Flagstaff. And I know that your mission statement, as was stated, at the beginning of the meeting, is that for the good of the community. And I'm just not sure that this is for the good. So thank you, and I appreciate you letting me give my opinions and my choice and my comments.
Thank you, Sheila. And just real quick, Councilmember Shimoni has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you. Hi, Sheila. Thanks for calling in and your comments. So are you saying that not building an additional 168 units is better for our lower wage workers?
If the minimum or the affordable housing label that's put on these units are truly affordable, that would be acceptable, but certainly not even the number. The number of units that is being suggested is just going to create just way too much traffic.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sheila, and thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. We're ready for the next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Tyler Denham on the line. Tyler, you can go ahead and speak for 3 minutes.
Hi, Council members. This is Tyler Denham. I'm calling today to urge you to approve the Aura development. I won't go into all the details because I know you're already aware of them, but the changes the developer made since the last council meeting really raised the bar for affordable housing in Flagstaff. It turned what was already a very good development in my eyes into a slam dunk for Flagstaff. And just want to note that 160 households, 32 of them low income, are counting on your vote tonight. Thank you. That's all the comments for me.
Thank you, Tyler. Next public participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Devana on the line. You may speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Devana McLaughlin, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight on this topic. As you know, I am an affordable housing advocate. I am also a neighbor to this project as I live in Ponderosa Trails. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the proposed rezoning to allow the Aura development to move forward with 160 units. The community continues to experience a housing shortage and an affordable housing crisis, as documented by council in its emergency housing declaration last fall. The lack of affordable and workforce housing is severe and ongoing. Housing scarcity and housing cost increases continue to have negative effects on Flagstaff citizens each and every day. At Housing Solutions in Northern Arizona, where I'm honored to work, we get 5 to 10 calls a day from individuals looking for affordable or workforce housing. Many of those callers are looking for rental units. resources we can offer simply do not meet the need. Housing Solutions has rental units that we manage, which are designated to benefit low-income households, and we refer clients to socialserve.com for additional resources. We know there's frustrations and we know there's need. There is simply not enough housing in our community for our workforce, and the lack of affordable housing for low and moderate income households is significant. Proposed ARA development would work to provide solutions to both these problems. It would increase the number of rental housing units available in our community, period. It would also provide 1 and 2 bedroom units, which studies repeatedly show we need in our community. The developer would also provide 32 capital A affordable housing units benefiting low-income households below 80 and 70% AMI. This is a greater investment in affordable housing than is required by the incentive policy. The developer has also agreed to a 60-year affordability period, double the original proposed 30 years. The investment in affordable housing is significant and much needed. Because of the housing need in our community and because of the proposed investment in affordable housing, I support the proposed ARA housing development as designed and as council to approve zoning to allow 160 rental units. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your support of affordable housing.
Thank you, Devonna. Councilmember Salas has a question for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you so much for speaking up. Could you just make a comment on the concentration of density on one side of the property?
Well, I mean, ideally, it would be spread out, but in this case, I think the affordable housing investment outweighs where the density of the housing units is located. It's also my understanding that, well, part of it is adjacent to single-family homes. It's also adjacent to existing apartment complex whose density is comparable, I think, to the proposed density on the property. So I don't think it's out of line with what the neighborhood character is. That's my my belief, at least.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I think we are ready for the next caller, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have Todd Boyle on the line. Todd, your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Mayor and Council. I'm a 20-year resident of the Ponderosa neighborhood. I've written an email to Councilperson Shimoni. The goal of this project is a round hole in a square. It makes no sense. And
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Todd. We're having some audio issues. Can we please give you a ring back?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate the patience. Yeah, if we could. I understand this is the last speaker, so if we could try to get him back on the line, that would be great.
Mayor and Council, I'm calling him back. Just give me just a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Inley.
Mayor and Council, I've got Todd back on the line. Todd, why don't you go ahead, start from the beginning.
Okay, I'm a 20-year resident of the neighborhood. This project is in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and it falsely fulfills what the council believes it needs. One of the missions of the Flagstaff website is protecting the quality of our city and to provide a safe and just vibrant neighborhood. Project has been in the works for over 2 years. It has been voted down twice by the Planning and Zoning Commission, 7-0, yet it's being proposed by staff. The council is supposed to listen to the voters, take information. This project has come to the agenda. It's been told twice, it's been reworked, illegally trying to make it fit in the wrong spot. The council is looking for affordable housing, they're looking for environmental improvement, they're looking for clean energy. This project has none of it. The developer recommended that they would have solar power on this project. They've eliminated all except one charging space. I'm not sure if people that are living in a space that has affordable housing will need that for a Tesla. The second thing is the density on this project is much higher than it should be. The council forgets that they have the leverage. The city has the zoning, and they should basically tell the developer, this is what you can do. The council has listened to the developer. Our neighborhood has voted 88% no. When the discussion was up in front of the council a month ago, 4 times the developer said, we will not go below 160 units. The developer doesn't have the strength at the table. The council does. The council should tell them, this is what you can do to build this project, and that's what it could be, a yes or no. The beautification of this project is horrible. Council, this project is split into 2 pieces, a 2-acre piece and a 9-acre piece. They will take 75% of the trees on a 9-acre site. They will count the trees on the 2-acre site as part of the project. That's ridiculous because high country goes right in between. There are numerous trees on the 2-acre site. It is fenced and it is private property. It has power lines going over the top of it, and yet some discussion on the council was, well, that will be green space for people to use. It makes no sense. I hope that the council
And that is time.
to vote no to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. And just to confirm, that was our last caller, Ms. Fobar?
Yes, Mayor, that is our last caller on this agenda item.
Thank you. Well, with that, I would like to turn it back into council discussion at this point, or if you would have any questions for Ms. Bucciarelli and so forth, yeah, please go ahead. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I've written down my comments so that I make sure I don't forget anything. When we last discussed this issue, many of us, me included, took issue with the current property owner retaining exclusive use of the north 2 acres, while also using those 2 acres to calculate the density located on the southern 9 acres. I still take issue with this. I also stated that it's not the density that concerns me. I have an apartment complex behind my house, and the parking lot abuts my back fence, and there are no trees between my fence and the parking lot or the apartment. It's also a higher density than what is proposed here. I was concerned about it when I bought my house, but I've since gotten used to it and I'm not bothered by it. The challenge here for me is evaluating and balancing sometimes competing interests and values. If that same apartment complex was to be built today, I'd have concerns about apartments looking down into my backyard. I understand and have sincerely listened to the neighbors' concerns, but this is not a black and white issue. Few are. I participated in the drafting of Flagstaff's first regional plan, and I served for 6 years as the co-chair of the Governor's Growing Smarter Oversight Council. Our council was tasked with overseeing the initial creation of these plans in cities and towns across Arizona. I take planning for our future very seriously. Part of planning is anticipating and adapting to changing circumstances. Flagstaff has been growing more and more unaffordable for the people who live and work here. Employers tell us that they have difficulty recruiting the workforce they need and retaining the employees they have because of the cost of housing here, both rental and owned. There are many issues at play when it comes to our lack of affordable housing, and there aren't one or two solutions to this very real problem. Some people have told us that Flagstaff has too many apartment buildings, and their numbers are greater than single-family homes. The truth is, over half of housing in Flagstaff is single-family, and apartments of 20 or more units make up just 10% of housing stock. I've deliberated on this for many hours, and in the end, my decision is based on the need for hardworking Flagstaff residents to have stable housing that they can afford in order to remain here and continue contributing to our community. I believe an apartment complex in this location is a good land use, and I'm so happy for the 32 low-income elderly residents, single parents, or families who will find stable housing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I guess I'll be brief. You know, I'm a little frustrated and disappointed. Not only has the developer not addressed this council's core concerns substantively or with any eye towards troubleshooting and problem solving with the issues that we've been grappling with, but they haven't even acknowledged our concerns at all. I was hoping they'd come back to us, I don't know, with some sort of give and take. Instead, they've effectively cried, "Look, squirrel," and in the hopes of distracting us. And, you know, as enticing as the squirrel is that they're pointing at, and it really is a very shiny squirrel, I find their counterproposal to be totally irrelevant. And my findings aren't changed at all. And I will vote against this rezone for all the same reasons I've stated previously on numerous occasions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the public, to staff, and to the council for the discussion thus far. This has been a long time coming, and here we are finally on the second read, and I'm glad to put this behind us, hopefully as an approved project, but we will see shortly. You know, in my opinion, the developer has done a lot to listen to the community's needs over the last 3 years, to the council's needs and concerns, and I think that they've just done everything that they can. I don't think they're playing games with us. I don't think that they're holding back on us. I think they've really done what they can to make this the best project for Flagstaff, for our workforce, for our community, and for the parcel that it sits on, along with respecting the owner of that parcel, the Oz family, and the history that that family has. So, council, you know, when it comes to affordable housing, it's always going to be a fight. It's always going to push us. It's going to always challenge us. And we've always said that we need 1 and 2 bedrooms in this community. So, you know, we heard a public comment talking about minimum wage workers in our workforce. You know, housing is a product of the market. The housing cost is a product of the market, and the market is influenced by the quantity of housing. Obviously, there's more to it than that, but adding housing like this, significant infill, is going to benefit the cost of living in Flagstaff. We know that they are providing 32 affordable units now, increased from 20. That is 20% of the total unit count of the project. And with the new chart approach that they're taking with the LIHTC model of affordable units, we know, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, but the 1 bedrooms at the 70% AMI rate is going to cost the public $1,074 a month for the 70%. And at 80%, that 1 bedroom is $1,228. This is the first time, council, that we can say upfront to the community that this is how much it's going to cost. The 2 bedrooms at 70% AMI is $1,209. And at 80% AMI is $1,382. That's pretty cool that we can do that for the first time. And this developer has been willing to work with staff, willing to work with the council's concerns to live up and do all these things that we'd like to see. I'm only just going to touch upon this next topic of infill versus sprawl. We need infill. That's what our sustainability plan calls for, and here's a great opportunity for it on the perfect location adjacent to a bus line. This is where you put infill. This is not student housing. This is 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. And then for 60 years, going back to that affordable component, they've doubled the time frame from 30 years to 60 years. And staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe no other project in Flagstaff has provided 60 years of affordable rentals. So we have just doubled the amount of affordable life that this project provides, Mayor, and that's significant for those who are in need of that. We got a serious issue on our hand. You know, we've declared a housing emergency, and this is going to help. It's not going to be enough to solve the issue, but it's going to be one piece of the puzzle that's going to help with the solution. If we deny this project and just rezone this parcel as we had planned to before, and this developer is not able to meet the needs and meet the requirements, we're just going to kick this can another 10 years, 20 years. It might not ever happen, Mayor. And so I think we need to make this work with the developer at the table today. We need to do this now, Council. And I'm glad to hear from some of my colleagues that there has been a change of heart. And I'd like to thank the public for, you know, engaging and really staying with us, you know, not giving up on this council and helping us fight for affordable housing. It's never easy, and we need your help. And for the folks who live in this neighborhood who are speaking out against this, I just, you know, again, will say, did you fight this hard to prevent your own house from being built? I doubt it. You know, you probably appreciate your home. And let's give these 208 individuals a home in this beautifully designed infill project that takes into account all sorts of sustainability. It's leading in sustainability infrastructure in our community and really helping us raise the bar here in Flagstaff while doing so much more. And then, as I want to say, it might have been Vice Mayor who mentioned this. I apologize, I forget, but the economic development component to this is huge. We know that our biggest issue for our economic development here in Flagstaff is the cost of living and retaining workforce. This is going to help with that, again. So through that lens, this checks off as a worthwhile project. In closing, you know, I'll just say that it's easy to talk about affordable housing and in theory being in favor and support of it. It's a lot harder to make it work in real life as we are with this project today. So I hope council majority will support this project, and we will take one more step in the right direction in impacting our community's workforce livability with a quality infill projects with 1 and 2 bedrooms and show the development community that we are here to build with you, but build in a way that works for us, the city of Flagstaff, and our residents. We need more projects like this. And Mayor, with that, I do have a motion, but I see there's other comments. So whenever you're ready, I do have a motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I respect that all the council members have taken this case very seriously, spent a lot of time thinking about it. And, you know, I have to agree, we do need 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. We have a bigger need for that than anything else in the city. And we do need affordable housing. There's no doubt about that. And I really would like to support this project. But I have to note that the neighbors have significant concerns about this project. And in all honesty, I'm kind of used to neighbors being against projects near them. But I also have to take into account the intent of the zoning code. That I take very seriously. If we're not going to have a zoning code that we stand by and respect, I guess we should either revise it or repeal it. What's the point of having a zoning code if we're not going to respect it? So I think we need to not only meet the letter of the code, but we need to meet the obvious intent of the code. And I'll also mention that there's certain findings that we need to satisfy or say that we're meeting before we can legitimately approve this. I would like to tell you a brief story. This won't take very long. My wife's father died a few years ago, and he had an estate. And he left it to my wife and her two brothers to divide the assets fairly. So one of the brothers offered that we would get the pasture land. This is back in Minnesota. So we would own the pasture land, but it had no value to us. We live in Arizona. It was not rentable. It was a situation where we would get no income from it. We would get no use of it. And guess what? The brother that offered this case to her, he was going to get the house right next to the pasture land. He would get the use of the pasture land. We would get to own it. We would pay the taxes on it. We would get no benefits. My wife says to her brother, that's unacceptable. But here's the good news. They negotiated a settlement where we could divvy up the assets in a way that were fair, where we would get some benefit. We got some tillable land, which we rented out. He got the house, etc. I don't need to go into the details. But the point is, we were offered a ridiculous deal, but we negotiated a settlement that made sense. So let's get back to today's proposal. We've had a lot of dialogue about this for a year or two, and it all boils down to, it distills to, 9 acres are being allocated to this project. Yes, there's two other acres, but like the deal in Minnesota, they will have no benefit to this project. They will have benefit to the landowner next door. So that was unacceptable on the Minnesota deal. In my mind, it's absolutely unacceptable here. I have to have respect for the zoning code and for the adjacent owners. And as I said before, if we're not going to respect the zoning code, then we should repeal it or revise it. So as I moved the first reading of this, I would support 137 units. I said that before, and I'll stand by that. Uh-oh, I'm going to tell you another short story. This one's even shorter. So in this short story, this scenario, the council rejects this tonight. Well, then what happens? Well, I anticipate the developer would come back and say, okay, we could do 137 units if that's all we can get. But there's a problem. They can't resubmit a project for 1 year. That's the rule. But there is an exception to that, a rule allowed. If there's a substantial revision, and I would contend that going from 160 units to 137 units to meet the intent of the code is a substantial change, they could come back immediately. So enough storytelling. But I do have one last thing. If they decide to do that in the second scenario, I would certainly be willing to revisit some of the non-essential project elements. And I say that because if we can improve the economics of this project, the way it pencils out, then yes, we should do whatever we can. We should work with the developer to get rid of the stuff we don't really need and that we don't need. So, in summary, for what's on the table now, that's 160 units. I don't have any choice but to vote no. I hope that the developer comes back and agrees to a project that meets the intent of the zoning code, and I will wholeheartedly support that. I will wholeheartedly work with the developer and try to find some common ground on saving them some money and make this project work. So in summary, I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I am not seeing any further Cs or Qs in the chat box, and I do believe Councilmember Shimoni would like to make a motion. So, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, Council, for your discussion on this topic over the years, especially this evening. Mayor, I have a really quick question for the developer, Benjamin Tate, I believe is on the line. Benjamin, there's a website called socialserve.com that a lot of local agencies use to find affordable housing for their tenants. Is that a website that you all would be willing to upload your affordable units to make it easier for our social services to help connect their clients to housing?
Good afternoon, Mayor DC, members of council, Councilmember Shimoni. Yes, we would be happy to post our affordable units on that website. Once again, thank you for your continued consideration and thoughtful consideration of this project. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Council, from what I've heard from local providers, it's a great resource. And there's many LIHTC developments. The LIHTC developments post there, and others do as well. And this is a great one-stop shop for affordable housing in Flagstaff and helping folks get connected. So with that, Mayor and Council, I'd like to put forward a motion that we read ordinance number 2021-06 by title only for the final time.
And I have a motion by Councilmember Shimoni. Vice Mayor Daggett has a question for staff. We do have a motion on the table.
May I ask my question when there's a motion on the table, or do I need to wait for a second?
No, we just have to go back to this original motion after discussion. So,
okay, so
yeah, go right ahead.
My question is for Christina. If this fails, wait a minute, if it passes, what I don't want to have happen in any circumstance is for the rezoning to go through without the approval of the development agreement, I guess. So I just want to be really clear about our situation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rubalcaba?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Christina Rubalcaba, Senior Assistant City Attorney. There's a condition in the ordinance that the DA has to be approved, and those will go hand in hand. So the approval of the rezoning ordinance and the approval of the DA have to work together, or neither is valid.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba.
Mayor and Council, sorry, this is Sterling. I think I wanted to clarify one other thing. It would be easier if that motion that was made for the second read today clarifies the previous motion. I just wanted to make sure that 137 units at the first read was removed. Is that correct?
Councilmember Shimoni, would you like to clarify?
Yeah, I guess if I understood the question or the comment correctly, I'd like to read this ordinance 2021-06 by title only for the final time, with the point that this is for the 160 units. Is that what you're asking for, Sterling?
No, that would be the limit of the 137. Actually, I'm going to ask Christina to jump in just to make sure we get this correct, because I don't want to get crossways with her on this.
Absolutely. Yeah, if we could just have the clarification, which I think you just gave Councilmember Shimoni, that the motion that you made does not include the restriction that was placed on the first read, that the project be capped at 137 units. I understood your motion to be for the project as proposed by the applicant, without a limitation of 137 units. It would be 160, but I think we're just asking if you could confirm that.
That is correct. Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, this would be, so this is the motion to allow for 160 units on this parcel. We just have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor,
Sorry.
Oh, I think Councilmember Sweet has the second on that. And I would like to request a roll call vote on this. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, if I could make a comment. I am supporting the passing of this ordinance because I am support of the three findings that this rezoning is in conformance with the general plan. First finding. The second finding is it has community benefits and public good. Very importantly, providing affordable housing and also supporting the city's sustainability goals, and also providing for pickleball courts, which will be later covered in the development agreement. That really responds to the growing public need of pickleballs that the city cannot provide at the moment because of lack of funding. And the third finding is the site is physically suitable in terms of land use. So that will explain my yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. All right, we have a motion on the table, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? Ms. Bobar, roll call, please.
Councilmember Aslan,
No.
Councilmember Salas,
Aye.
Mayor Deasy,
No.
Vice Mayor Daggett,
aye.
Councilmember Sweet,
Aye.
Member McCarthy,
No.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Yes.
That-
It's 4-3.
Yep, that motion carries. City Clerk.
One second. There it is. An ordinance to the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 11 acres of real property located at 151 West High Country Trail, APN 112-05-001W and 112-05-011 from the estate residential ER zone to the medium density residential MR zone with conditions providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 2021-06.
I have a motion by Councilmember Shimoni. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor. Salas.
I have it seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No. That motion carries. We are down to agenda item 8B, which is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-12, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, authorizing the execution of a development agreement between Alza Flagstaff LLC and Intrinsic Acquisition Company LLC and the City of Flagstaff, related to the development of approximately 11 acres of real property generally located at 151 West High Country Trail, APNs 112-05-001W and 112-05-011 in Flagstaff, Arizona, and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-12 by title only. Do we have any further information from city staff on this, or are we ready to take motions here?
I have a brief, this is Alexandra Pucciarelli, Mayor. I have a brief presentation if you would like. If you and the council members are comfortable with the content of the DA, we can skip over that. I leave that up to you.
Thank you, Ms. Pucciarelli. I will entertain a motion, which I do believe Councilmember Shimoni has, unless another member of council speaks up wanting to get the full presentation. So, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel comfortable moving ahead and putting forward a motion to read resolution number 2021-12 by title only.
And a motion by Councilmember Shimoni. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Sorry, was that Vice Mayor? Second?
It was. Yes, thank you.
Just want to be sure here. I have a motion by Councilmember Shimoni, seconded by Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No?
Nay.
That motion carries 4-3. City Clerk or Deputy City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the execution of a development agreement between AZA Flagstaff LLC and Intrinsic Acquisition Company LLC and the City of Flagstaff related to the development of approximately 11 acres of real property generally located west of the intersection of Lake Mary Road and Hyde Country Trail in Flagstaff, Arizona, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Fobar. Councilmember Shimoni, take us home here.
Thank you, Mayor. I like to move to adopt resolution number 2021-12.
Motion by Councilmember Shimoni. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
No?
Nay.
That motion carries. We're down to agenda item 8C. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-36, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with Coconino County for and on behalf of Coconino County Juvenile Court Services Department, Coconino County Accommodation School District, and the City of Flagstaff for the relocation of the Juvenile Court Transition School to the Hall Jensen Recreation Center. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-36 by title only. Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I'm John Wilson. I'm the Recreation Manager for the City of Flagstaff Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. So we have a short presentation here in regards to the IGA, and I hope everyone can see the screen. Yes. So this agreement is with Coconino County.
I'm not currently seeing a.
Oh, there's not. Okay, let me.
I can see it.
I can see it as well.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, all right. Then go ahead. I can follow through the slides.
Okay.
So go right ahead. And
This agreement is with Coconino County on behalf of the Coconino County Juvenile Court Services and the Coconino County Accommodation School District. To locate the Juvenile Court Transition School to the Hal Jensen Recreation Center. We feel this is going to be a great partnership that will benefit the community, the city, and Coconino County, the juvenile court system. Casey Lightfoot was supposed to join us tonight. She is the Director of Juvenile Court Services, but unfortunately she is not able to join us. But we have joining us tonight is Heidi McGurvey. She's a teacher at Ponderosa High School and at the Transition School. So she will be kind of just sharing the mission and history of the Transition School for the first few slides. So Heidi, if you are on.
Yes, hello. Thank you for hearing from us tonight. I'm here to just kind of explain what Transition School is. A lot of people probably in the community haven't heard of Transition School. We are a specialized school program developed between Coconino County Juvenile Court Center and Ponderosa High School. And essentially what we do is we serve the what we would traditionally, or what most people would know as the at-risk youth within the community. We serve those students who are really at a point of transition, hence the term transition school within the name. Either they are transitioning into foster care, out of foster care, into a group home placement, out of a group home placement, into a treatment center, out of a treatment center, or other type placements within the community. Most oftentimes when this occurs, a really disruptive movement happens with their educational progress, and they're not able to continue earning their credit. So with transition school, we enroll students at any point of transition that they need, unlike more of a traditional school setting that has bigger class sizes and obviously serves a larger school population. We can help these students get to transition school, and they will continue to earn credit no matter where they're at within their school year. And they earn credits. We are fully accredited, obviously, through Ponderosa High School towards their graduation requirements. And then, John, if you want to advance to the next slide. So not only are they able to earn credits, but we're really trying to reestablish those routines and skills so that these students who generally have many barriers to their educational success earn the skills they need to be able to transition, not just into transition school, but out of transition school and back to their home school. We provide a lot of support and encouragement. We're very trauma informed. We're a very small setting, so we have about 10 students max per classroom, myself and another full-time teacher. And we're really working within the community and community partnerships to be able to really hook our youth who would not traditionally engage in community partnerships into the community to see our community really be healthier as a whole. And then John, if you want to advance to the next slide. So the reason that we're asking for this agreement is that we used to be located within actually the Juvenile Court Center building. There's a few reasons that we moved from there. First was the pandemic. We weren't allowed to be on site. Second is we're hoping to, with this agreement, open our doors to kids that generally we haven't serviced. Right now, you have to be under the juvenile court umbrella via diversion, probation, or the child welfare system to be able to enroll in transition school or to be referred. If we are allowed to be at the Hal Jensen Rec Center, we have received additional funding through juvenile court to service an additional 10 youth who are not necessarily on in one of those tracks, whether it be diversion, probation, or dependency. And so that will allow the community to refer youth to us who may be at that point of entering those systems to kind of help them prevent and divert them from the juvenile court center. We really like the idea of that one-room schoolhouse. It helps our students really feel supported. They have generally not been super successful in large school systems. And so we try and really just provide kind of an insulated environment for them to really get back into the school routine. And so in us being on our own campus, that will help with that purpose. And then let's see, I'm sorry, I'm just reading the slide here. So we will also work really seamlessly with the Hal Jensen Rec Center and their team, hopefully, in that we would be operating our school day while the rec center is generally closed to the public and definitely closed to high school students. John, if you just want to advance there. What we would hope to do is use the upstairs classroom and the computer room. The advantage of that is that, again, we're kind of an insulated community, and then we're able to service not only those 10 youth that are on the within the probation juvenile court umbrella, but also some more youth within the community who maybe we could divert from that kind of juvenile court umbrella. And then the outdoor spaces that being at the rec center would provide us are really super beneficial for our youth in terms of behavior management and being trauma informed and letting them really access the trails and the gym and the things that are really built into that rec center. And then also that place of being in really embedded within their community instead of being somewhere else, but right in the heart of where a lot of our population comes from. We're just hoping that it can, in addition to that, really introduce our students to a variety of different activities and programmings that the rec center really fulfills for our community and building on those partnerships. So once again, that they are really members of our community and are developing themselves into good students and really good citizens. So we're just really hopeful that it's something that the council and everyone would support.
Yes, thank you, Heidi. Yeah, we feel this is a really great opportunity. The students are going to be in a very good, safe place, as Heidi mentioned. A lot of amenities. It is during the time when during the school year when the center is closed. So they'll be able to utilize the gym and other areas, the computer room. So we feel it's a very good partnership. And we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you both so much. I think this is a great collaboration. And with that, Vice Mayor Daggett has a comment.
Thank you so much. And where is my camera? And I just want to thank staff who brought this to us. And thank you to all involved. I think that this is an excellent use of this facility in a time where it's not already in use, and I'm excited to see this. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to express gratitude to everyone involved. I think this is a great plan and a great location for these efforts and for these youth. And I think this makes a lot of sense. I was just so excited to read about this in our agenda. So looking forward to this moving forward, hopefully with the support from council, and gratitude to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also very supportive, and I would like to read Resolution 2021-36 by title only.
I second that motion. We have a motion by Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Bobar.
Resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County Juvenile Court Services Department, Coconino County Accommodation School District, and the City of Flagstaff for use of the city's Hal Jensen Recreation Center by the school district for its juvenile transition school.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-36. I have a second.
Second, McCarthy.
And it's seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're down to agenda item 8D. That is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-37, approval for renewal of the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the Blue Ridge Fire Department for dispatch services. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-37 by title only. Take it away.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Brandis. I'm the Communications Manager with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here today to ask you to approve the renewal of the 5-year intergovernmental agreement that will allow us to continue to provide dispatch services for Blue Ridge Fire Department. We have been providing dispatch services to Blue Ridge Fire Department for approximately the last 10 years. Dispatching for them allows us to provide faster fire and medical service to our community members and visitors because we have direct radio communications with them. If the IGA is approved, Blue Ridge Fire Department will be billed based on the number of calls they receive annually. They average about 300 calls per year, which is a cost recovery of approximately $13,000 returning to the city. And if you guys have any questions, I would be happy to take them.
Thank you, Ms. Brandis. With that, I'd like to move to read resolution number 2021-37 by title only. Do I have a second?
Mayor, I'll second that.
It's seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Fobar.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Blue Ridge Fire District and the City of Flagstaff for dispatch services.
I'd like to move to adopt resolution number 2021-37. I have a second.
I'll second.
That's seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Brings us down to agenda item 8E. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-38, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Williams, City of Page, Grand Canyon National Park, Glen Canyon National Park Service, and the City of Flagstaff for the Arizona 911 Grant Program. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-38 by title only.
Katie Brandis here again. Hello. I'm here today to ask you to approve the intergovernmental agreements with Williams, Page, Glen Canyon National Park, and Grand Canyon National Park related to the 911 grant agreement approved earlier this afternoon. This grant covers the costs of the 911 telephone systems for the 5 public safety answering points, also known as the PSAPs, in Coconino County. One of the requirements of the grant is to have IGAs in place with all of the partners to pay the 911 operating bills on their behalf. There is a caveat in the IGAs that states if the 911 office is unable to pay the bills, each agency will be responsible for their own operating costs. The state 911 office designates the largest city in the county to act as the system administrator for that county. The City of Flagstaff has acted as the 911 system administrator for Coconino County since the state 911 office was created. The system administrator is responsible for submitting annual statistical reports and 911 bills to the state on behalf of the agencies in their county. For years, we have submitted the 911 operating bills to the state on behalf of the PSAPs. As system administrator, we are entitled to 1.6% of the 911 budget to put towards our administrative costs, and that is included in the grant award. So if you have any questions on this item, I will take them.
Thank you, Ms. Brandis. I'm sold. So I'd like to move to read resolution number 2021-38 by title only. Do I have a second?
I'm sold too, so I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Williams, City of Page, Grand Canyon National Park, Glen Canyon National Park Service, and the City of Flagstaff for the Arizona 911 Grant Program.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-38.
I'll second that.
And that's seconded by Vice Mayor Daggett. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion carries. We're down to agenda item 8F. This is the consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-18, an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests for the Beulah University roadway project, providing for delegation of authority, severability, and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read ordinance number 2021-18 by title only for the first time. Mr. Doty.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty again, Real Estate Manager. As the design has progressed for the Beulah University roadway project, as presented last week by David Peterson, the city has identified a few additional property interests in addition to the right-of-way platted on the Milltown plat required for the project. And so adoption of this ordinance will authorize the acquisition of these real property interests for the project as required by the city charter. I have a very short presentation. I'll quickly identify the required acquisitions by map, but please know that the scope of the acquisitions are limited to partial takes on the boundaries of existing rights-of-way, additional adjacent property to construct the pedestrian underpass, and drainage and utility easements required to hook up service after the road improvements are constructed. So that's what we're looking at, and I will show you on the map. Let's see, presentation check, anything?
Just seeing the back. Oh, nope, there we go. I'm seeing it.
All right. So same area as we were last week. And instead of the design elements, these are kind of the right-of-way acquisition maps. So they're a little messy, but what I'll show you right here are these green lines. And this is what we need for the road projects. And so we've got, little skirts right here on basically the intersections, just kind of a little bit more than what was planned, was already platted. This purple right here, this is a drainage detention pond that we need to acquire in order for drainage of, to serve the surrounding area. Additionally, this is going to be a utility easement sewer. And that's the overview. I'm going to show you kind of the breakdown here. So red is the existing right-of-way lines. Blue is what we kind of need to acquire just to have title to the existing roadway surfaces. And then green is what we need for the right-of-way improvements. So that's what we're looking for as University Drive intersects with Milton. This light blue turquoise, this is actually the acquisition needed for the pedestrian underpass. So that's another big component here of that we're asking for the authority to acquire tonight. And that's just has the signaling on it, nothing new here. And then on the other side with the roundabout, a little bit of widening on some of these, but really these are sewer lines. We need another sewer line to connect right here. And really that's the extent of what we're looking at. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I've got Rick and Brett available as well if we have any other concerns, but I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Doughty. Vice Mayor Daggett has a question. First.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
Oh, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Doughty. And a general question about all of these properties. It looks like the biggest piece is for the pedestrian tunnel. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is through the Burger King parking lot?
That is going to be on connect from the Burger King lot, but the acquisition needed is going to be on the Target parking lot. So
okay.
Right, yeah, correct.
And are there any structures or fences or any kind of structure on any of these pieces?
I don't believe so. It will impact parking on that lot. And so, giving us the authority to acquire, we're going to go through our normal acquisition process. And, depending on what the values come out at, or if we have to go to condemnation because of the take is going to impact parking on this lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that gets actually to the question I was going to ask, just to confirm that this wasn't going to affect any actual structures, just parking potentially.
Correct.
Great. I just wanted to confirm that. I do see from Deputy City Manager asking, does Target have a sign currently on that property? Mr. Doty?
My understanding is that this is really just the corner with additional parking right now. So I don't think the needs will be to replace the sign, but I'll have to confirm.
Okay. Thank you. Well, with that, Council, do you have any further? Oh, Councilmember Shimoni, this question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Bryce. I'm just wondering, after Council's recent discussion about this, does it make sense to I guess, wait to see how the new design looks, or should we just go ahead and acquire these pieces?
So we kind of structured this ordinance to fall on break. So we've got July 6th, and then the second read is going to be August 22nd or 26th. My hope is that we will supplement these with full legal takes as we receive them from our design team and our engineering consulting firm.
Okay, so I'm fine with us moving forward with this, Mayor and staff. I am curious to see what the alternate designs that we come up with and council weighs in on looks like before we really move forward with this project. So I'll make sure we're not moving forward prior to when we should move forward and make sure we're doing this right. But I trust staff and leadership, and so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Important to point out. So with that, Mr. Barrett has a comment.
Good evening, Your Honor, Councilmember Shimoni. In anticipation of that question, simply put, we have a lot of work to do based on last week's discussion. From a process point of view, the work we have to do is going to involve a change order to our consultant. It's going to involve discussions with the Arizona Department of Transportation. It's going to be involving identification of additional funds to pay our consultant that additional change order fee to redesign, to change the plans that exist today. And then we also need to ascertain what schedule impact is going to be a result of the discussion we had last week. All that has to happen before we can even dive into the questions that have been asked in regard to relocating a tunnel, relocating an intersection, eliminating traffic lanes. There was quite a bit of information that we're trying to assimilate right now. So as Mr. Doty explained, this is just the first read. We do have work to do in terms of acquiring property that is not impacted by last week's discussion. But, I leave it up to council's wisdom right now. We owe you another work session. At this point, it will be after break to let you know how staff is looking at all the items that came up last week. So I think your question is a really good one, Councilmember Shimoni, and rely on your wisdom as to what you want to do at this point.
Mayor, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett, and thank you, Mayor. I think my comment would just be I'd rather take our time and do this right. Once we build this project and design this project and get everyone on board with that, this is going to be in place for, 20, 40, 50 years. I'm not too sure how long it might be before we adjust it again. So if this does delay the process, I am totally personally okay with that. I just want to make sure we do this right. We have one chance to really kind of do this right. And so if it takes slowing down a bit, Mr. Barrett, I'm personally in favor of that, council. But I know I'm also one member of this council. So That's my thought, Mayor. Thank you.
All good points, Councilmember Shimoni. And I'm in agreement that I'm looking forward to that next work session where we can kind of vet all of the requests and the things that we put on staff last week. In the meantime, though, as this is only a first read, I can support it, and we can have more follow-up at a later time. This seems like things we're going to have to do anyways for right away and stormwater and so forth. So I feel comfortable with it on this read right now. And with that, we'll move to read ordinance number 2021-18 by title only for the first time.
I'll second that.
Well, that's seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Footbar.
An ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests for the Balua University roadway project, providing for delegation of authority, severability, and establishing an effective date.
All right, thank you much. That brings us to agenda item 8G. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-39, a resolution extending an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the Lockett Ranch Fire District for fire and medical services. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-39 by title only.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mark Wilson, Deputy Chief with Flag Fire. What we're looking for this evening is a consideration to allow us to extend the IGA with Lockett Ranch Fire District for 3 months. That's important because it times out the end of June. What it would allow is for us to have uninterrupted services to provide to Lockett while we work through a couple of discretionary conversations we're having on interpretation with our legal, with a great partner that's been with us for 15 years, since 2006, 2007. So we're looking for 3 months extension to allow us to work out those details to hopefully then come back with a long-term contract once those final details have been worked out.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Deputy Chief. With that, I would like to move to read resolution number 2021-39 by title only. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
That's seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Lockett Ranches Fire District and the City of Flagstaff for an extension of the existing fire service agreement.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-39.
Thank you.
Second, McCarthy.
I've seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Before we move to our next item, I'd like to take a short break. 6:05 now. Let's do 10 minutes and be back here at 6:15 p.m. Please.
Now.
Excellent. This brings us down to agenda item number 9, which is our discussion item on separated bike lanes pilot project. City staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council. My name is Martin Ince. I'm the multimodal transportation planner for the city. And I'm here tonight to present some follow-up information to your discussion from a couple of weeks ago on June 22nd regarding a separated bike lane pilot project. And unless you tell me that you can't see my screen,
Looks good.
Thank you. So the outline for presentation this evening, very quickly, we'll review the what was requested in the citizen petition from June 22nd, as well as the candidate streets that staff identified. We'll talk about two potential specific pilot locations at Beaver Street and Butler Avenue. And we'll talk about three different options for barriers in terms of their durability and maintenance requirements, cost overall, and then installation, which is essentially the how quickly we can get them installed on the ground. We're looking for a couple of discussion points with council. The first one being the location between the two options of Beaver Street and Butler Avenue, which I'll go into more detail in a moment. And the second discussion point being the three barrier options of candlesticks, the metal railing, and the concrete barrier, to give us your thoughts and direction on which of those. So real quickly, the petition from a couple of weeks ago identified a number of streets for potential protected bike lanes. They are shown here on this map in purple. Staff subsequently identified a couple of other locations that may serve as decent candidates, and essentially ruled out a couple of the petition streets as being ADOT roads that the city has no control over. We have further refined that list down to two potential pilots, one being on Beaver Street and one being on Butler Avenue, shown here in the thick red line on the map, both kind of in the central area of town. And I'll take a few moments to describe each. Beaver Street is the corridor essentially from Forest Avenue in the north to Butler Avenue in the south. It's a total of about 1.2 miles. This part of Beaver consists of a fairly good variety of lane widths and configurations. There's really no part of the street that has kind of a consistent look through that corridor. As a result, when we install a pilot program, it will require more in the way of lane obliteration and restriping. That's not necessarily a problem cost-wise. However, it may take us a little bit longer to implement it if there's a considerable amount of restriping that has to take place. Also, the barrier may not fit completely along the entire length. There's a couple of places that we've identified where it gets very narrow, and we're not certain that adding a barrier will fit with the existing street. There are, however, opportunities for other treatments to make kind of a more comprehensive or consistent north-south bikeway corridor. Some of those treatments could include two-stage left turn boxes, green bike lanes, and cross bike markings through intersections. This part of Beaver has an average daily volume of about 6,000 to 8,000 vehicles. We would consider that to be lower volume for our collector and arterial network, and it is as a result generally more comfortable for bicyclists along that corridor. Butler Avenue is the section from Milton to Sawmill that's just under a mile in length. This section happens to have very consistent lane widths and configurations, so our work would consist of just adding a lane stripe. No additional obliteration of existing lane lines would be necessary. And it appears that there's space for the barrier for most of the corridor, although it does get somewhat narrow toward the very west end, kind of in front of the conference center. Similar to Beaver, there are some opportunities for other types of treatments at intersections. In particular, we could consider the two-stage left turn boxes at some of the busier intersections. Butler does have higher volumes, about 24,000 vehicles average per day, again, compared to 6,000 or 8,000 vehicles on Beaver Street. And as a result of that higher volume, it tends to be less comfortable for bicyclists. And in fact, on that last point, we did have some discussion on this on the two pilot streets at the last week's Bicycle Advisory Committee, and they indicated a fairly strong preference for Butler over Beaver Street, simply because the volumes are higher on Butler and it tends to be less comfortable for bikes. Here is a diagram showing kind of a before and after configuration for Beaver Street. Beaver Street existing in the top image has a parking lane along the east side, 2 travel lanes heading in, at least through the one-way section, heading southbound, and then a 4.5-foot bike lane, although some of these lane dimensions vary a little bit as you go through the corridor. Following the pilot project, the street section would look like this. Keep the parking lane on the east side. The travel lanes would be narrowed to 10.5 feet. The bike lane would stay at 4.5 feet, and there would be essentially a total of 18 inches for treatment between the travel lanes and the bike lanes, depending on what kind of treatment we settle on tonight. For Butler Avenue, very similar. This is the top view, shows the existing cross section.
Mr. Ince, sorry to interrupt, but we were having issues with the live stream that the presentation is not being shown right now. So if you could pause a moment while we work this out with IT here, I'd appreciate it. So just a minute.
Certainly.
All right, sorry everyone, we're gonna have to take a 5-minute break. The live stream is having issues showing this presentation, and I think this is one that the public should be able to witness and see what's going on. So if we could take a 5-minute break, 6:28, be back here, and we will work this out with IT here. So thank you, and I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Ince.
Hey, Martin. Martin, are you there?
I'm here, yes, sorry about that.
Can you go ahead and try resharing your screen and just kind of going through a couple of the slides back and forth? I'm watching the stream as well.
Yeah, can you see it now, CJ?
Yeah, I can see it. Go ahead and just go back and forth between a couple slides. I just want to double check that's going to work on the stream.
Okay, I'm seeing it here.
Okay, the stream's on a delay, so give me a few minutes and I'm going to check it.
It's definitely working on the computer this time.
Do you need me to do something differently on my end?
Martin, were you using PowerPoint or were you using the PDF earlier?
It's a PDF.
Okay.
So the stream looks like it's working now. I think we're okay.
Mayor, did you want Martin to take it from the top for the stream or?
This is Greg. I might suggest we're kind of
early into this, it might be a good idea to start over if that was not streaming before.
I think the slides just weren't advancing for some reason. I will keep a close eye on it this time. Instead of looking at the little box, I'll look at the big computer.
Let's just start from the Beaver pilot, where next one. Yeah, why don't we start the slide before that? We can start there to show that these are the two pilot projects, and then we'll have the synopsis on those too, because I think that's where, yeah.
Okay, we can do that.
Visuals be helpful. So starting from there would be good here. And is it showing up on the live stream okay now, CJ?
Yeah, it appears to be working fine now.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll still give it another minute since we said 6:28. So just another minute here.
Mayor, we are streaming.
Excellent. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. And my apologies against Mr. Ince, but yeah, I think we can take it from here now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have collected further information for the council's consideration on two potential pilot streets, one being Beaver Street from Forest to Butler, and the other is Butler Avenue from Milton to Sawmill, depicted here in red on this map. A little bit more information about each one of those potential pilots. Beaver Street, as I mentioned, is from Forest to Butler. That's a distance of about 1.2 miles in total. Beaver Street consists of a variety of different lane widths and configurations. There's pretty much no part along that corridor that has a consistent cross-section or consistent look to it. As a result, we'll likely have to do more lane obliteration and restriping to accommodate a barrier along different sections of the street. That doesn't necessarily mean that the project will cost more, a little bit more, but not a tremendous amount. It does, however, affect our ability to deliver that project quickly, as it will take a little bit more design work and kind of advanced planning to make sure that it all works out. Also, there are some sections that are fairly narrow, and we are not sure at this point that the barrier will fit along the entire length of that corridor. So we may have to make some adjustments for the barrier or for our treatments for those sections. There are, however, along Beaver Street, a number of opportunities for other types of treatments to make kind of a more of a consistent or comprehensive overall corridor. Some of those treatments might include two-stage left turn boxes, green bike lanes and shared lane markings, or cyclocross. Cross bike markings at different intersections. Beaver Street has an average traffic of about 6,000 to 8,000 vehicles per day. We would consider this on the lower end of volumes for a collector or arterial. And as a result, it tends to be more comfortable with the bike lane for cyclists. Butler Avenue, I mentioned, would be from Milton to Sawmill. That's just under a mile in length. Butler through this section is very consistent in terms of its lane widths and configurations. So it becomes a little bit easier for us to plan for adding a barrier along that section. All we'd have to do is add an additional lane stripe. We think that no obliteration of existing lane lines would be necessary. And again, that's not so much a cost item, but kind of an ease and complexity of delivery, which makes it easier for us to do on a short time frame. We think there is space for a barrier for most of that corridor, although it does get a little bit narrow toward the west end, just after Milton in the vicinity of the conference center. Like Beaver, we see some opportunities for other treatments at intersections, principally two-stage left turn boxes at some of the busier intersections, like say San Francisco or Lone Tree. Butler carries an average daily traffic volume of about 24,000 vehicles per day. And again, you can compare and contrast that with Beaver Street, which is about 6,000 or 8,000 vehicles per day. As a result of that higher volume, Butler tends to be less comfortable for bicyclists. And in fact, on this last point, we did have discussion at last week's Bicycle Advisory Committee about the two different options. And they indicated a strong preference for having a pilot on Butler, principally because of the higher volumes and the fact that that makes it less comfortable for bicyclists along that corridor compared to Beaver Street. Here are a couple of diagrams that show before and after lane configurations. First one for Beaver. The top illustration shows existing configuration with a parking lane on the east side, two southbound lanes in the one-way section of the street, and a 4.5-foot bike lane up against the west side of the street. And this is looking north along the section if you were like downtown and looking up the hill. It also includes 5-foot sidewalks at the back of curb on both sides. The bottom image shows how the street would look after the pilot program is installed. So everything is very similar. The parking remains, the two southbound travel lanes, but they have been narrowed to 10.5 feet. And we've taken the additional space and added it for a buffer between the bike lane and the travel lane. So that buffer, depending on how you kind of measure where the stripe is or what configuration that barrier looks like, could be anywhere from 6 inches to 18 inches total. Same principle for Butler Avenue. The top image shows the existing lane configuration, generally a landscape median in the middle and two travel lanes in each direction that are 11 and 12 feet. There are 4.5-foot bike lanes on each side, and then a 5-foot sidewalk, again at back of curb with no parkway. In the bottom image, what we've done is simply taken a foot out of the outside lane, so reducing it from 12 feet in width to 11 feet in width, and added that space for potential barrier. Again, the width depending on the ultimate configuration or design that we choose. So again, this is intended as a pilot project, and we have done our best to collect information and anticipate some of the issues that might come up. However, there's still a lot that we can learn based on this installation over the next couple of months, and especially if we let it go through the winter. So the first thing that we anticipate learning about is how we do snow removal and sweeping when we have a protected bike lane like this. We think we have some of the answers figured out, but I think the experience over the course of the winter will teach us a lot more about what we need to do, what it will take, what we need in the way of resources and practices to keep it clear of snow and cinders. The second big item is the durability. Again, we think we have some information about which of these treatments for barriers will last longer than others. But I think having them in place over the course of the winter will tell us a lot more. And for example, we may find out that even the barriers that we're suggesting tonight that we think of as being more permanent may end up getting a lot of damage and may need either regular maintenance or replacement in some cases. And if it may get to a point where we can consider kind of a longer term, more permanent installation that is going to cost less, but in the long run would be better for the community overall. We would like to study vehicle speeds along either roadway in both the before and after configuration to get an idea of how much a barrier will provide traffic calming benefits and slow speeds of vehicles naturally. We'd like to study bike and ped usage before and after, again, to get an idea of how much we can expect bike use and pedestrian use to increase after the barrier is installed. And I include pedestrian usage in here because I think the barrier also provides some benefits to pedestrians because they have an additional layer of separation between where they are and where vehicles are moving. And you'll note on both of those streets, there is no parkway, so sidewalks are right at back of curb, putting pedestrians in a place where they're really closer to traffic and separated only from that traffic by the existing bike lane. We think we can do a survey of bicyclists and pedestrians to find out what they like and didn't like about the pilot program. We think overall that bicyclists and pedestrians will like what they see and have a positive experience. However, I think we can ask more nuanced questions and kind of fine tune our approach and our design and really find out what bicyclists and pedestrians think and what works well and what didn't work as well and use that information to move forward. If we include other kinds of treatments, the ones that I mentioned, I think we can ask about those and see what impact they have. And for example, find out if it makes more of a difference to have a few improvements along the way or more of a consistent corridor. So it's kind of treatment for bicyclists, accommodation for bicyclists from beginning to end of any corridor. And then finally, we can figure out what it takes to deliver projects like this. We're learning a lot through the course of collecting this information. But once we've gone through it once, I think we can be more efficient about delivering projects in the future. So I'll move on from discussion of the locations to discussion of some of the barrier options. They are candlesticks, a metal railing, and a concrete median, and I'll show you a little bit more information about each in a moment. But I did want to mention that when we presented to you last on June 22nd, we were really only talking about the candlesticks and the metal railing. So we've added the concrete median, but I think it'll become apparent why we think that is an option that's worthy of consideration. So here's some images of the different options. Here are the candlesticks, quite simply a buffer between the bike lane and the vehicle lane, made first with paint on the ground, and then with the use of fiberglass candlesticks glued to the pavement periodically along the way. Here's the metal railing system. It is a proprietary system that a company makes. It is a metal rail that is anchored to the pavement, and then there are very similar candlesticks placed above it and attached to that railing. We think the candlesticks and the whole system will be a little bit more durable because the way the railing is anchored to the asphalt will provide some strength. And then finally, the option that we're presenting to you new this evening is the concrete barrier. You can see that these are quite simply concrete parking curb stops that often typically appear at the front of parking spaces and parking lots. In these two examples, they're simply laid end to end, and then candlesticks are placed on top to give them a little bit better visibility. And you can see in the example on the right, they're a little bit more spaced out. And the example on the left, they're kind of laid end to end with a couple gaps every so often. And in both cases, this one has a rather wide buffer included with it, and this one has a rather narrow buffer included with it. Those are the three options. We have collected additional information about their cost. Here it is on a per mile basis, a little over $26,000 per mile for candlesticks. The metal railing works out to be about $900,000 per mile, and the concrete median is in the middle at $287,000 per mile. These estimates include installation and materials, and they are for both sides of the street. It is important to point out that this does not account for gaps that we would leave for streets, driveways, and bus stops and other things. So our actual coverage gets to be longer. And it could be as much as twice as much. So in other words, if we're putting down barriers or a railing, it's not for the whole length of the street. So if we put down a half mile of barrier, we might get up to a mile along that street corridor. And these costs do not include restriping or obliteration, but we assume that they would be relatively comparable for any of the three options. If we kind of extrapolate that to a project cost, I've listed the two streets, Butler and Beaver, along with a total project cost estimate for the concrete median, for the metal railing, and for the candlesticks. And you can see that it varies from a little over $71,000 in the case of Butler for the candlesticks, all the way up to over $1 million for the metal railing. And then again, the concrete barrier comes somewhere in between. Now, I will point out that we are essentially in the process of collecting more information. So I think the information that we have for you tonight is a little bit more refined, a little bit different than the information we had for you 2 weeks ago on June 22nd. We continue to collect information, so please kind of understand that these are estimates. We are looking for fatal flaws as we go through this process. So anything that we would identify that would say that we really can't do this project in this location. But having not identified any fatal flaws, we move forward, but some of this information may change or be revised as we refine it and collect additional information. Regarding the durability, we talked about this a little bit last time, but we think the candlesticks, the durability would be very low. In fact, it's unlikely that they would survive the first winter, first snowfall of winter, and the first snow plowing. Metal railing and a concrete medium are better. I think they would be fairly comparable. We have talked to Streets and Public Works about their thoughts and reaction to either one of them, and I think the two of them would be fairly comparable in terms of their durability. Again, I think as a pilot project, we will know a lot more after one winter and one season with these in place about how long they last, what the maintenance requirements will be, and how expensive it is just to keep them in place. And I think that Scott Overton is present tonight, so if you have any specific questions about maintenance concerns or issues or questions, he should be able to answer them for you. Finally, a little bit about installation. I mentioned before that one of our principal measures here is how quickly we can get something in place on the ground. We essentially have two options for implementation. One is through the city's job order contracting system, where we have a number of contractors already under contract with the city. That contractor could procure materials for us. The timing of installation would really depend on how those contractors are available and what work they have already lined up, and whether or not they can make time for us to install this. And I'm not exactly sure how many contractors on the JOC list, but we could use really any of them. If one was too busy, we might be able to move on to the next one. The second option, which we don't necessarily recommend to you, is using city crews. We don't recommend it because primarily it's not included in their work program, and they have other work that they need to complete this summer and this fall. If we use city crews, then we may have to procure some of the materials on our own. If it gets above a certain amount, that may be subject to bidding, and if we have to go out to bid for some of these things, that will definitely add a delay. However, if we were able to use city crews, that may result in a cost savings over using a JOC contractor. So I believe that is the end of my slides, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We also have a number of other staff people here tonight who have worked on collecting this information for you. So whatever question I'm not able to answer, we can throw to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Thank you to your whole team for putting all this information together for us so quickly. I understand we do have 3 public participants on the line, so I'd like to turn it to them before we turn it back to council for comments and questions and so forth. So, yeah, Ms. Wobar, if you want to get folks all lined up.
Mayor and Council, I have John Daly on the line. John, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. So first of all, I'm in support of the city implementing this pilot as soon as possible. I'll defer to Mr. Entz and Council's opinions here, but it sure seems like the concrete barriers and the striking a good balance between cost protection and durability. I sent an email to council last week, and since I'm sure you get many emails, I wanted to reiterate one point from my email on how important this work is to the voters of Flagstaff. Working paper 3 of the Active Transportation Master Plan, 27% of trips around town today are made by walking, biking, or transit. As I pointed out in my email, this doesn't mean that only 27% of people in town use those modes, since many people also own cars. Accordingly, prioritizing these modes of transportation is not serving the needs of some tiny and shadowy advocacy community, and to portray it as such directly contradicts the city's own data. I also want to address the concern that adding protection to existing bike lanes would somehow put rather than extended outreach process. And I think you should have a simple one. If you have constituents that complain that they're no longer able to real bike lane, you should be sure you have a name. You should refer the matter to law enforcement so they can be. And finally, I want to close with by saying that you just know it is wonderful. Seeing it in place as soon as possible. But it should definitely be the start. We've got a wonderful protection master plan that's been drafted to us. It would be great to see it finalized and funded so it could be implemented in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Next participant, please.
Mayor and Council, I have Nick Jones on the line. Nick, you can go ahead and speak for 3 minutes. Yes, you can go ahead and speak now.
Hi, my name is Nick Jones, and I just wanted to comment as well. Hello, Mayor, Council. I wanted to comment on the separated bike lane proposals for the pilot. And I mean, I really feel like, I'm heartened by this, because I think that it's a good step. I mean, this is truly the lowest thing that we could do. I mean, it would be, I think, kind of a travesty if we couldn't even get something like this through council. Putting up candlesticks or having a metal barrier or concrete, it wouldn't really disrupt traffic that much. It would be very easy to install, so it's not going to create a lot of traffic congestion. It's a really hot talking point that all the people who are against any of this have brought up. They don't want the streets to be closed for construction. And, I mean, the fact of the matter is that studies show that not only do separated bike lanes increase the number of people in the U.S. who own a bike who would be comfortable commuting to work. That goes from less than 1% people in the U.S. who own a bike who commute to work on a separated bike lane. And we don't even have painted bike lanes in all over town. That goes up to 16% of Americans who own a bike would feel comfortable commuting to work with some form of separated lane. An order of magnitude, it reduces the amount of traffic on the road because more people on their bicycles. It saves lives, which is the most important thing, and the reason that all of you should be exploring this and voting in favor of it. And, I mean, I've seen a lot of people talking and commenting on both sides of the issue, and a lot of the naysayers who are against it, I mean, it really seems like it boils down to they feel that it would be too hard, and they feel that it's just inevitable that bicyclists would be killed by cars. And I just find that completely un-American. I mean, we put somebody on the moon 50 years ago, and you're saying that we can't put up candlesticks or little cement barriers on roads to protect bicyclists? We're the most powerful country in the world. We're a nation of doers. We're a nation of dreams. And Flagstaff, I think, likes to think of itself as even exceptional within that concept. And so, I I guess I'm all for all of you who are already in favor of this. For those of you who are against it, I'd really like for you to just ask yourselves why you don't believe in your city, your country, and your citizens to be able to do something so basic. Like, this is the first step in the journey. And we are faltering on the first step.
That is time, Mayor.
We need new leaders. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Mute.
Fobar did that to me. Muted. Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other? Do we have one more?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Anthony Quintel, could you please go ahead?
Hi, this is Anthony Quintilli. I'm speaking on behalf of Flagstaff Biking Org. I don't have prepared statement this evening like I normally would, but I wanted to clarify something. I think that perhaps some of the council members misunderstood from the first presentation made by Martin Ince at the last public meeting, or one of the last public meetings. And there was a graphic that showed the percentage of bicyclists. 1% of bicyclists were strong and fearless, 7 were enthused and confident, 60% were interested and concerned, and 33% will never ride. The thing that I think maybe was misunderstood about this graphic is this isn't bicyclists. This isn't some subgroup of people and then the percentages within that group. That graphic was representing of all people. So the point there is that if you provide reasonable infrastructure that makes it safe for people to ride and makes them feel safe, and provides wayfinding and various other amenities that'll make bicycling on par with driving a motor vehicle within our infrastructure, 67% of people will ride bikes sometimes, which is a substantial change in the footprint for things like carbon emissions and traffic congestion and health of the community and things like that. I don't know that some people on the council understood that graphic, so I want to make sure that's clear. More than 2/3 of people who vote would use this infrastructure that you're being asked to put in. We're not a small minority. That's a significant majority. So that said, I want to make it clear, those people are watching, and we're hoping you guys are going to be the right side of history on this. So please reconsider how you're approaching this. This is some small minority of people that maybe isn't consequential to your re-election opportunities or the importance of expenditures on infrastructure, however you're viewing it. This is a substantial portion. And if I'm not mistaken, that graphic was taken from a national source. So I would have to assume in Flagstaff, those numbers would be higher, since a lot of people in Flagstaff are outdoor folks who ride bikes and walk and things like that. So I would assume that percentage would probably be higher in Flagstaff, assuming that was from a national source. So please take that into consideration, not only for our future as a community, but for your future as an elected politician in Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, Council. Well, with that, I'd like to turn the discussion inward here for any comments, questions, anything of that sort. And I know where I stand on this, but I would definitely want to hear from everyone here. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get us started. Thank you, staff. Thank you, leadership. Thank you, council and mayor. Thank you, public. Thank you, everybody who's jumped in on this conversation. I really appreciate all of you and your support of this moving forward. I agree with most of the public comment we heard. It does. I love that we're moving forward with a pilot, and I'm grateful that we're doing that before the break. I do wonder why we're not doing more. As the last public comment spoke to, 60% of our population is what it is on the line. Is on the line when it comes to potential ridership if we were to connect the network and create a holistic network. So Martin, I do have a couple questions. I wonder, do you have any comments when it comes to collecting data? Personally, if we put in these pilots, the population we're going to be collecting data from are likely that less than 1% number that are currently riding like myself, right? Would it not make sense to complete the network and then collect data when we open this up to that 60% number?
Your Honor, Councilmember Shimoni, I think both. I mean, I think it'd be useful to get kind of baseline data and then see how much of an impact new types of facilities have on ridership in the general population. And I think it might be interesting as, if we do kind of an intercept survey or a community survey afterwards to find out where people lie, where they will assign themselves on that kind of hierarchy of different people. Are they in the 1% or are they more in the 60%? And then kind of use that to gauge if we were successful with appealing to the 60% of the population.
Okay. Personally, mayor, council staff, the community, I like to see data once we hit that 60%. I'm fine with us collecting data along the way, but I think that data is going to become irrelevant once we open up the floodgates to that 60% number. That's going to be the data that I'm really interested in, and that's going to be the bigger impact of our efforts. Martin, you talked about narrow sections. In those narrow sections, how wide are the roads, like lanes? Are they 12 feet? Are they 11 feet? Are they 10 feet?
I think in the case of Beaver Street, through the south side, for example, I think the lanes are close to 10 feet already, maybe a little bit above. I don't remember the exact data, but that's where it kind of gets narrow. When we start to get, I think we're going down to 10 feet in a couple of places, and we start to get under 10 feet, then that is kind of where the dividing line is.
Okay. So under 10 feet is where it gets a little dicey or a little too tight?
Yes. So we've been trying to keep it above 10 feet. And of course, there's a minimum dimension for cyclists on that side of the barrier to be able to operate. And we also want to keep a minimum dimension between whatever physical barrier we provide in the curb, so we know that our future equipment will fit in there for snow removal and sweeping. So those are kind of the dimensions that we're paying attention to overall.
Okay, great. I see my camera went out 1 second. So I'd like to just add to that. So that's fine. I'm happy with that. Martin, I trust your judgment along with our team to implement pilots in regards to intersections, whatever that looks like to you, whatever makes sense. I also encourage you to consider placing vehicles further back, staggering vehicles back as one of the pilots as well to prioritize public safety and pedestrian safety specifically in crossings. But I also think that, as part of this pilot, I think the pilot should really be focused on trying to hit that 60% of the population. I personally don't feel satisfied with us doing a couple streets like this, even if we were to expand it to a few other streets and go throughout the winter season and say, this is our pilot for the next year. I like to see us really implement, I don't know how much work it took to identify the width of those lanes and take half a foot here, take a foot there to make that buffer on the bike lane. But if we can do that along that whole route to create that holistic system for cyclists, I really see value in that. And I like for that to be part of the game plan for phase one before the winter comes. I'd like to hear from Scott about whether he has concerns about the maintenance over the winter. And, assuming that he doesn't have concerns, council, if we have the political will, I think we can implement a more a fuller system, a fuller plan. Is Scott on the line? Do we know, Mayor?
I am present this evening.
Hey, Scott, can you speak to maintenance and if you have any concerns?
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate Martin's pilot presentation. And as you know, we've been working on this for a couple weeks. The entire traffic engineering team and then a couple of us in Public Works have been spending a fair amount of time working through these solutions. I think much like my comments from 2 weeks ago, Public Works is really in a position to support whatever we think we can engineer and put into place. So we did talk through some of the logistics concerns of the infrastructure, and obviously that's where we landed with the candlesticks, that those are not going to be a longer term viable solution. We recognize there's a pretty high cost with the options of the metal rail, which might be one of our more durable options. So the third option of the concrete curb was really a kind of a middle ground solution. I will tell you, there are challenges for maintenance, and really the biggest ones for us are snow removal and sweeping. We know that we can get equipment that is fairly small in size, and Parks has been a tremendous asset in helping us talk through what we would utilize for equipment. Just recently, you have approved the purchase of that Toolcat machine. It's made by Bobcat. We would likely utilize a machine similar to that piece of small equipment with either a snow thrower or some sort of removal equipment that we know can fit in between the curb face and the actual barrier itself. I think the challenge for us will be continually manning that piece of equipment throughout events, but it is something we're committed to and we will figure out. And the second piece, of course, is sweeping. We still utilize ice cinders on all of these routes, both of them being primary priority 1 routes. They do receive a fair amount of ice cinder coverage. They're NAPTA routes, they're school bus routes, they're hospital routes. I think sweeping will be a more difficult task, sweeping near the rail, in between obstructions, like maybe the curb stops, the driveways. But they also make sweeping equipment that is of this size. And again, Public Works will be nimble. We will procure the equipment. We will find a way to continue to maintain this. But Martin's spot on. With 1 season of effort, we're going to learn a lot of things, and we're going to learn a lot of best practices. We have reached out to some other communities, and they're doing similar processes to what we've described tonight. So I have good confidence that we're on the right path. But Flagstaff is unique in its weather and its winter storms. So we might go months without much effort, and then it may be a month of really treacherous work, try to get these cleaned out. But we know that clearing the lanes will be more difficult, as will snow storage. There's really nowhere to put the material. So we're likely going to have to haul it off of these locations. And there's going to be some driveway impacts. And then if I can just take it one step further, we even went so far as talking about where people would place their recycle and their trash carts. No longer are these curbs going to be available for our traditional truck to pick up. So we've got to work through some things, but I think our hope was we would get to tonight, get some clear direction on one or the other pilot project, and then really start working on an operating procedure for what will be implemented. And I'm confident we'll come up with some solutions, but they certainly are not inexpensive and they're not easy. And citywide, we would just expand that program as more streets were added.
Thank you for that, Scott. And quick follow-up comment, and I think I know the answer to this, but just so the public and the mayor and council can hear, we are talking to other communities who have already implemented these types of things. We're not the first to do this, and we're in communication with other agencies, right?
Yeah, no, I think not only do Martin and Jeff and his team have traffic engineering contacts, but we, of course, have lots of public works contacts. We looked at Intermountain West cities. Every community, regardless of where they're located, has a little different procedures for snow removal and operations. Everyone's climate's a little different. Some use chemical de-icers, others don't. Some use sand. So I think we're unique in some regards, but we're also very similar in others. Some of the examples that you were shown this evening were from Colorado cities, and they deal with some of the same stuff we do. Lower elevation snow events, and there's no one size fits all, but When you talk with public works folks around the country, they're all pretty unique to their location, but they're also very nimble and they figure out what works best in their community. And I think we're not going to be any different. We're going to figure out what works best for Flagstaff.
Thank you, Scott. And I feel so confident in us moving forward with this and a lot more with you in your seat. So thank you for all that you do and all of your leadership.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Mayor, just a couple other points. So the $287,000 for the concrete barrier, which sounds like the obvious option to me personally. And council, I look forward to hearing everyone's comments on this. But that concrete barrier, just for full disclosure, I was pushing the candlesticks as of a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, just because I wanted to get something in place with hopes that we can then evolve into the concrete option, a more sustainable, permanent option. But it sounds like there is political will and desire just to jump to that sooner. And I am all in favor of that, 110%. But Mayor, when I did the math on that, for that 9 miles of gaps to complete that loop of the hierarchy that I helped outline with Martin's help and staff's help, it's about $2.6 million, Mayor and Council. It's just under $2.6 million. And my understanding from Mr. Barrett and others is that we have those monies in our budget. So that's possible. We can do this with that concrete barrier, and we can do it in a holistic way that, allows for that 60% of potential cyclists to really take the roads and leave their car at home. What an awesome opportunity that is. So in closing, I'm fully in favor of this. I also support us using a job order contract rather than working in-house. I think that's a lot more efficient and effective. I want to see us do this pilot with the intention of making it work, and not just to try it, but really go all in on this and say, we're going to make this work. This isn't about if it's going to work. This will work, and we will continue to build and buy into this model as we continue to invest in this. And so with that idea, Martin, my last comments and question is, how much work did it take to figure out the widths of Beaver and Butler? And can we take that same approach and do what you just did on those two roads with Cedar and 4th Street in addition, and include those as part of this pilot?
Your Honor, Councilmember Shimoni, I'm not sure I can answer that question entirely myself. It was a good team effort to get to where we are now with collecting information. So part of it will depend on others being able to do part of that work. One of the reasons we kind of narrowed it down to those couple of streets is because it allowed us to be a lot more nimble. I know there's a premium on getting something in place as soon as possible, and I think that gave us our best path forward for getting something in place as soon as possible. I think if we start to add to it, frankly, I think we lose a little bit of that nimbleness, and it is going to take us a little bit longer to get that done. Now, having said that, I think that we are willing to take a little bit more time on whatever is going to happen with the next round of these, and start to collect that information and get to a place where we need to be to begin implementing other versions of this as we move forward, just not in the same time frame of trying to get it in before still this year.
Okay, thank you. And Martin, quick follow-up question. AT&P going out to public review, do you have any thoughts?
We are meeting with staff tomorrow, and we've been talking to some other staff members about what the process looks like and how quickly we can get that in and out to the public. And I think I might have told you before that part of it relies on me getting some things finalized and getting it to kind of a point of completion. And then part of it is dependent on the city's processes for getting through development review and legal review as part of getting it out. So it's going to be a combination of those things. But I think after we have a few meetings this week, that we should be able to give you a more definitive date of when it gets out.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor and Council, in very, very closing, I'll just say that, if council can also weigh in on if there's support for the pilot to be expanded to 4th and Cedar. I'd like to hear if there's support for that. And yeah, those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. The first thing I want to do is thank staff for coming up with those cross-section drawings. Those are extremely helpful to understand what the implications of these ideas are. Does anybody on staff know how wide a city bus is, or how wide, big trucks are? Are there limits under the law of how wide they can be? Does anybody know that? If not, I can dig into that later. It doesn't sound like anybody knows. Well, I'd be interested in knowing that from the perspective of, how much are we squeezing the car lanes? I think as a pilot, Butler is probably the best idea for a couple of reasons. One is that it's gets more traffic than Beaver and will probably do more good than Beaver. As far as timing and the idea of, adding more on, maybe we can do these in the next few months and see how that goes, and then possibly add another street or two before winter. If we can find the funding. I'm hearing that we may have the funding. So, but I think, go full speed ahead on Butler and get that done. As far as the options, I kind of think we should take the steel rail off the table. It doesn't seem as practical to me. I guess I would lead, like Mr. Shimoni, towards the concrete barriers and candlesticks. I think the beauty of, if a candlestick gets knocked over, we still have the concrete barrier on the street. One idea I had is just do the concrete barrier, not candlesticks. But I think during snow removal, they wouldn't know where the concrete barriers are. So one of the main reasons we need the candlesticks is to let people know where the concrete barriers are. And just a thought that went through my head, are these bike lanes, and now they're kind of restricted because you can't just go out, if you wanted to pass another bicycle, you can't just go out into the street because the candlesticks are there. Are these lanes wide enough that a bike could pass another bicycle? Because not all bicyclists go the same speed, especially if you start getting more and more bicyclists. So it may be that this is all we can do here, but in the future, we probably need to make sure that the bicycle lanes are wide enough that bicycles can pass each other. If anybody on staff has comments about that, fine. If not, let's move on. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And I do see Mr. Baumann put in there that the Arizona maximum legal vehicle width is 8.5 feet.
All right, that's very interesting. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, we have here Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff for bringing this to us so quickly. I have a couple of questions. Martin, why can't both lanes on Butler be 10.5 feet wide?
Vice Mayor, I believe they probably could be, but I think that would require some additional conversation on the part of city staff to explore the what that would mean.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The next one is a budget question. And I'm wondering if staff can tell me where in the budget this would be coming from.
So I don't know the budget, the account numbers offhand, but there is a fund as part of the 419 transportation tax proceeds that is dedicated for pedestrian and bicycle.
Yeah.
One of the line items in the approved budget is for protected bike lanes. It is funded in this fiscal year at $1 million. So the funding for the pilot would be taken from that line item.
Okay. Thank you, Martin.
You're welcome.
A couple of comments. I mean, this has been stated before, but we need the infrastructure if we are going to help more people feel comfortable walking and biking and taking transit. So, I'm very much supportive of this. And we also know that wide lanes for vehicles make drivers feel very comfortable speeding. And so I am in support of narrowing lanes to a point that will help cyclists and pedestrians feel more comfortable, and also keeping cars safe. So I know that staff would never narrow them down to where it wasn't safe for vehicular traffic. But I'd just like to state that wherever we can narrow down roads to help with speeding drivers, I'm in support of that. And I guess I do have another question. Martin, the other communities that use these methods, they use them on a permanent basis, like the concrete and the candlesticks, that's their permanent solution?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I would say at least the concrete and the metal railing tend to be permanent installations. The candlesticks, not so much, just because of how kind of fragile they are and snowplows and vehicles hitting them.
Okay, and then the idea is that you would need the concrete and the candlesticks because drivers need to be able to see that vertical indication of a separated lane, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It helps make them more visible. And I think somebody previously pointed out that in a snow event, it shows snowplow drivers where to aim.
Okay, thank you. Now that really is my last question. I am in support of the concrete and the candlesticks and doing this via job order contract. I'm in support of narrowing lanes, and I support what staff has put forward today. I mean, if there is a way to increase the areas where we apply this treatment, I can support that too. I just wouldn't want it to slow this down. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you to staff for working so hard and quickly on this. Really do appreciate all of the hard work. And this is really exciting. So I would like to see the pilot happen with both versions. I believe they can both happen immediately. And I like the option of the concrete barrier with the candlesticks. And I am willing to talk more on closing the gap proposed by Councilmember Shimoni. I just don't want that conversation to hinder these two pilot programs happening immediately. But I would like to continue that conversation, and I'm good with the job order contracting for the project. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. All right, to weigh in here, I'm in support of concrete. I would like to see both of these pilot roads, both Butler and Beaver, happen. And with maybe a little, in addition to maybe a little more research on the next steps here, even before the end of the year. If we get this up and running, it's working all right, then considering, for example, the Cedar and 4th or some of the other areas on the map that were located, if we can kind of get Yeah, game plan and order on that as well. But I'm in favor of both of these pilots going forward. The 10.5 feet 10.5 feet for the the car lanes, and I am in support of the job order, so that way the GOC, so we don't have to go to city staff and we can do this in an expedited manner. Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to sound off here and repeat a lot of the same things that I've been hearing. Thank you, staff, for doing this so quickly and with the obvious enthusiasm that you're coming to us with. Really appreciate the can-do attitude and the sort of the tacit acknowledgement in the room that there is a mandate to make this happen and to do it as quickly as possible while also doing it safely. So yeah, I support staff recommendations, and the sooner the better, of course. So job order contracting makes sense to me. I do like the idea of the concrete with the candlesticks. This is a pilot, so long term, I would like to be thinking about how visually this is an amenity to the city as well, and not just something that aesthetically reduces our curb appeal, if you know what I mean, pun intended. And wherever we can narrow lanes a little bit, it definitely does have a calming effect on traffic. And so if we're going to be let's get these bike lanes as wide as possible. And to the extent that we're lawfully able, let's take that width away from the car lane. And yeah, so Butler and Beaver, I think I've covered all the check boxes here. And really looking forward to hearing the community feedback on this and ramping it up into a larger scale as soon as feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for Mr. Baumann. Jeff, at 10.5 feet, what does that typically equate into in terms of speed for a vehicle?
Thank you for the question, Mayor and Councilmember Shimoni. Yeah, speed is related to a lot of things. Lane width is just one of the many factors. Probably more important than lane width even is, the curvature of the street, the adjacent land uses, right? If there's buildings up close, people tend to slow down if the buildings are set way back or there is no land uses adjacent. Pedestrian activity, bike, there's a whole bunch of things. I'd be interested if we would. I'm really interested to see if we'll see a change from 12-foot lanes to 11, or even if we went to 10.5. If we see a change, I think we will see a change. I don't think it'll be really drastic, but I'm curious. So the answer is I don't know, and I'm looking forward to finding out through the pilot, actually.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm really curious too, especially on Butler. If we did go to 10.5, which it sounds like there is some majority support that at least spoke up in favor of. But Mayor and Council, I just want to say thank you, and to staff as well. I'm excited about this. I think we're heading in the right direction. Would I like to see us move faster? I might. Would I like to see us take on more? I do. But I also just appreciate the process and the comfort level of the majority. And so I'm just glad that we're moving forward. And again, grateful to the city manager for helping this move along with Mr. Barrett, Mr. Baumann, Martin, the whole team, and Deputy City Manager Daly. Thank you all so much for your efforts here. And I am stoked for the community, and I'm stoked for our upcoming discussions on this and seeing what phase 2 might look like, as Councilmember McCarthy talked about. Maybe we implement some of these more other avenues that I'd like to see us implement after the break, right? Looking forward to it. And Councilmember McCarthy, thank you for bringing up the width idea, because I think you bring up a really good point. If we can make it so that 2 bikes can a cyclist can pass another cyclist. That makes a lot of sense to me. And Mayor, maybe I'll just ask Martin really quick, what does that width look like for a bicycling lane for a cyclist? Is that 5.5 feet or is it 6 feet? What's that look like?
Yeah, I'd probably want to refer to some of the technical documentation that different national organizations put out for a certain answer. My own feeling is that 4 feet is very narrow to affect a pass. Probably 5 or 6 feet would be a little bit more reasonable. I will say one of the things that we do, that none of the treatments are really consistent along the length of a road. There will always be breaks for streets and driveways and bus pullouts and things like that. Even where we have opportunities to have long, unbroken lengths of railing or concrete barrier, I think it's wise for us to leave gaps in it, not so much as to start making cyclists or pedestrians feel vulnerable, but long enough to allow bikes to leave the lane when they need to do things like pass another cyclist who's going slower, or to get out into the left turn lane to make a left turn as a vehicle. But I think that's an interesting line of inquiry, and I will definitely look up more information from some of our national sources on that question. Thank you.
So in closing, I'll just say I support you and staff and leadership working to make the bike lane the best you can. Think outside the box, look at the intersections, get creative, be bold, be strong, and I look forward to future conversations. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Well, with that, do we have, for City Manager, do we have enough direction on this or any further clarification needed?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. I think we are hearing direction. I just want to remind Council staff, and staff has been very busy putting all this together, and thank you for thanking staff. That means a lot to them. This was coming to you with the suggestion of one of 2 possible pilots. We're hearing an enthusiastic do them both if you can. Allow us to circle back with Council during the recess, of course, to let you know how that's shaking out. There were a few things that staff identified that were variables here. The JOC, we need to firm up how much time they have to put into this, how much of a priority they can make it. The materials, same thing. There's just a few moving parts. So we will be reporting back because we know just how much of an interest Council has in this, and we're hearing clear direction. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. And again, yeah, thank you, staff, for getting this all together so quickly. And I'll just say too that, I think this is a great pilot, but that I see this as just the very start. And I am looking forward to seeing the larger corridors, the 9-mile route that was put together by staff and Councilmember Shimoni. I would love to see that. So stepping forward, I appreciate all the hard work, and I think that brings us down to agenda item number 10, which is our council liaison reports. So I will go down the list just for your report on it. I'll start with Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing on this item tonight.
All righty. Councilmember Aslan.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I do have a comment, and it ties right into what we just got done talking about. I attended the Bicycle Advisory Committee meeting, and I thanked, in attendance to that meeting was the chair, Julie, of the Transportation Commission, and I thanked her and the Bicycle Committee and the PED Committee for the good presentation that we got a week or so ago here at Council. And a lot of what we talked about are the same things we just talked about the last hour. So I just thank them, and they're doing good work, and I really appreciate their work. And it was it was good that I attended because they had a lot of questions about where council was at, and I think I was able to add some information that helped them kind of understand where council was at. And no surprises tonight. I think it was very consistent with what I anticipated, and I thank the council for support on this issue. So that's it for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll just mention that last week, a number of us were in a meeting regarding the Reel to Flag project with staff, and that was just a great conversation. And we explored options and alternative options, but nothing different from what was presented earlier so well by staff. So thank you again, staff. But that was a good meeting, and I thought we covered a lot of ground. Other than that, I think that's all I had to share. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
All right. And I don't have anything for this evening for the council liaison reports. So that brings us to agenda item 11A. This is the future agenda item request, a request by Councilmember Shimoni to place on a future agenda discussion about unsheltered and vulnerable populations with the closure of the forest and the anti-camping ordinance. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I asked for this discussion because it seems like our forests get closed every summer, and it doesn't seem like we have, at least in my mind, a clear plan as to how to best support our populations who typically live in the forests. Whether it's legal or not, they're out there, and they are being forced to leave the forest. And I think all of us have seen many of the articles and seen the RVs at the different locations around town and heard about some of the complications for these populations. And so I understand that the forests are opening back up as of today, which is wonderful, but I think we can expect them to close again at some point, whether it's this year or next year. So I do think it's important that we come up with a plan, Mayor and Council, and talk about what that plan looks like. Kind of, City Manager, looking to you for your leadership here too, and your help in figuring out how to best be prepared for these types of situations. And maybe we are prepared, but I guess I feel like we're not. And I know we're not supposed to go back and forth. I'd love to see what the City Manager had to say, but if that was appropriate, Mayor, I'm not sure. But that was my intention with this fair item.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And if you'd like to respond, City Manager, and I'm sure City Attorney will rein us in if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intent is always to speak fast and hope that I can be done before I get corrected by our City Attorney. We do have a plan. It's bad. A copy was provided to me. I'll make sure Council gets it. It at least will help inform this discussion should it continue. So you can expect a copy of that plan to be forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager. Well, this is a discussion that I can I support and would like to have further conversations about. I do see Councilmember McCarthy has a question. Oh, my apologies. Actually, Councilmember Aslan has a comment first.
It's okay. Either way, it's fine. So I'm always willing to have a discussion about our unsheltered and vulnerable populations. There's more work to be done, and there's always new strategies and ideas that come up, and I'm all for that sort of conversation. But I'm not going to support this future agenda item request as it is stated, because I do not intend to lift the anti-camping ban. I voted to protect it while part of the previous council. I think it's an important public safety tool to be used appropriately when necessary. And our police do not wield it as a blunt instrument, and they should be afforded the discretion to rely on it. when they need that tool in their belt. So anti-camping ordinance ban discussion, no. Conversations about how do we best serve our unsheltered population during forced closures, I'm always willing to have that conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, Mr. Aslan, I think you stole my thunder. That's exactly where I was at. If this is an effort to get rid of the anti-camping ordinance, I would not support that, because as a council member, I went through a lengthy decision and gathering information and making decisions on that. I don't want to reverse that. If it's a discussion about how can we help people that need this kind of help, I'm willing to have that. So with that clarification, I think that kind of tells you where my head's at.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Can I jump in really quick?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to, if you read the fair item in our agenda, it is a future agenda of a discussion about unsheltered and vulnerable populations with the closure of the forests and the anti-camping ordinance. I did intentionally set it up that way so it'd be inclusive of everything. It's not one or the other. It's not. I don't necessarily have an agenda here other than trying to figure out how to best support our unsheltered during a closure. So to Councilmember Aslan and McCarthy, hopefully that clarifies that to a degree. I want to let it all be available for the discussion. I didn't want to limit the discussion. But that's my intention is to think bigger than the anti-camping ordinance. That's not the main focus here, but yet it's part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. City Attorney.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't get the mute pushed. So with that clarification from Councilmember Shimoni, it's all for one or nothing here, basically, is what Councilmember Shimoni said. This item includes a discussion of the camping ordinance. And if Councilmember Aslan, Councilmember McCarthy want to discuss, the vulnerable population and assistance to the same during emergencies such as closure of the forest, that would have to be a separate item, either brought through the fair process or put on directly by the city manager through the charter. Long story short, Councilmember Shimoni has made it very clear this does include the camping ordinance discussion. Thanks.
I'm a no then.
Yeah, Mayor, if this includes trying to repeal the camping ordinance, I'm a no. I could also say to Mr. Shimoni, he could bring back another fair next week that narrows the discussion if this one does not go forward.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Yeah, and not next week, after the break. We do get some time. So, all right. Well, I'm only hearing myself and Councilmember Shimoni willing to move this forward. So I just would like to suggest that this is an extremely important discussion, and if it is rephrased differently, or we can get further information as the city manager has stated about plans or whatnot, I'm interested in pursuing this conversation, even if it's not specifically as stated within this fair. So anything else, council, before we move on? And thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, for putting this forward. I'm not seeing anything else in the chat box, so this brings us down to agenda item number 12, our city manager report. City manager. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council. This one will be will take a little longer than it usually does, but it will not take a long time, I promise. We do have one item called out for discussion. We know is of very high interest to council. That concerns the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, now being referred to as ARPA funding. Let's tuck that one aside for a minute and we'll have some discussion. In the report, and I'm looking at the post as, yes, sorry, I'm multitasking. In the report, and I apologize for the volume of the report. There was not a report 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and this one is really the combination. This is a month's report and not just a 2 weeks report. We have a lot of work anniversaries that are being recognized. I would invite you to give that a read, put names and faces to the anniversaries being celebrated. We break those down into 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, 25-year, and beyond. We actually do have a 30-year work anniversary. We're so grateful to our employees who are celebrating these work anniversaries at a time when recruitment is challenging and retention is equally challenging. We are so grateful to see tenured employees who have contributed so much to this organization and to this community. The tenure is rather impressive. So please give that a read. I think when we resume after the break and we're more in the in-person meetings, we may change up how we do some of these. It's still a work in progress. We just started recognizing these in the manager's report a couple of months ago. So you don't have the benefit of seeing job positions. You don't have quotes. You don't have narratives. It's pretty rudimentary what you have, but the idea is it will not change, which is we want to recognize these employees. So please do give it a read and understand that we're going to refine this as time marches on. Council, also in the report are some updates from various divisions. Water Services, a nice piece about graffiti busters. Thank you to our volunteers. Some updates that could be of interest, Councilmember Aslan, I will single you out. Give the one on airport a read and its compliance with our dark skies policies. Some very well-deserved awards going out to members of our fire department and our police department. Some updates there, a lot of heroics and a lot of achievements. I will single out, there's some heartwarming stories in there, including one involving a pet. And there's also heartwarming stories about a life-saving effort by Officer Brad Gilbert. I will mention his name as I try to do that every time we have life-saving efforts to report on, and that's frequent. Thank you, Officer Gilbert, for your heroics. A nice update from Public Works touching on some projects in play, what's going on at the Aquaplex, the ice rink, and so forth. I'm just scrolling through my report. Odds and ends for you. Nice reading material. If you haven't read it yet, give this one a read at your leisure over the break on that subject. We will be doing a manager's report during the break, just one report. You can expect that probably around the first week in August, just to let you know what's going on during your recess. It will follow the same format. Appended to this report are the following: the monthly report from sustainability, the monthly report that you may have already seen from Economic Vitality. If you have read it, you can disregard. If you haven't, it's appended here, pardon me, for your convenience. An update from our Water Services Division, monthly report. And something new, and I'm going to single out our clerk's office here. You have the very first ever Boards and Commissions newsletter. I think it's the very first ever, could be corrected on that. It's the second one. Thank you, Stacy Fobar, for correcting me. I'm usually corrected by city clerks, and tonight is no exception. It's the second one, but you have it in front of you nevertheless. A Boards and Commissions newsletter. It's a nice read, giving you an update. You know, you get the council liaison reports, and they're verbal, and they are quite meaningful. This one covers everything, so you'll know what's going on with your many very important appointed boards and commissions. Now, unless there's any, I'll pause here briefly. If you have any questions about the content of my report before I get to the item that we want to call out. End of the evening. This is where it gets easy. I'm not seeing any comments or questions. Before we do conclude the report, and after we hear from Mr. Tatter, that's your cue, Mr. Tatter. You should be going for the mute button right about now. I would like to come back and ask council to pull your calendars out so we can talk a little bit about calendaring, because it's going to be our last opportunity to do so for a bit. On the call out item, the American Rescue Plan Act funding, you have a memo from our finance team attached to the manager's report. This is a bit of a moving target as well, but we wanted to give you an update before the break. Rick, are you ready?
Yes, I am, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. The memo included in the City Manager report was intended to be an update to provide to Council about the American Rescue Plan before you go on summer break. The memo includes an overview of the Rescue Plan Act and guidance we've received so far, a recap of our budget decisions that we made in April and adopted in this year's budget. An item that we want to address about a concern about the interim final rule that was provided by the U.S. Treasury and our next steps that we are sharing with Council going forward. Over the last several months, we've been working with a team with Stacy Breckler-Nags, our Grants and Contracts Manager, Sarah Langley, one of our management analysts, and myself have been reading, attending webinars, learning quite a bit about this American Rescue Plan Act. And we presented to our budget team a couple times and helped them develop the memo that you do have attached to provide an update. In May is when we received the Treasury interim final rule. They will have a comment period for 60 days, and then they will do their final rule sometime later this summer. Subsequently, they've been providing frequently asked questions that help provide additional direction and clarity on what they meant in their interim final rule. And then just under a couple of weeks ago, we received a compliance and reporting guidance from the Treasury. And this is where we learned they now have 7 categories in the American Rescue Plan, with a total of 66 different expenditure categories, up from the initial 4 that we thought several months ago, but definitely giving us more guidance in what was allowed under the Act. That list has been provided as an attachment for Council, so you can review what the Treasury is looking at as far as eligible expenses and projects. But there is one area in the interim final rule that we are concerned about. We're asking Council tonight for direction in submitting a letter on your behalf to the U.S. Treasury. And that area is related to how they do the revenue loss calculation. Within there are 3 concerns outlined in the letter. One is related to excluding new taxes and fees from the calculation revenue losses at the fund level versus a organization-wide revenue calculation, and exclusion of one-time state grants. So the biggest area is the exclusion of new taxes and fees. So our base year is set by the U.S. Treasury is the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. And so that's the baseline year. They want us to look at our revenues and compare how our revenues were impacted for the following 3 years in this American Rescue Plan Act. But many of you are aware of there's been new taxes and fees that were adopted either by voters or council that increase our revenues since that period of time. And most notably are the ones listed in the memo, such as the Lone Tree Overpass that brings in $5 million in revenue. We did a use tax increase to help support our public safety pension funding, about $900,000. The marketplace retail is a new category on our sales tax that brings in $830,000 approximately. And we approved a stormwater fee increase which is over $2 million to put toward our critical infrastructure for stormwater in our community. So just those alone amount to about $9 million in new revenues since the base year that the Treasury has set forth. So, as we projected revenue losses, we were heavily impacted in several categories of our organization. And back in April, we shown about $9 million in losses in our revenues since the pandemic occurred. Well, that number matches up very closely to what our new revenues are. And if there's not additional guidance to remove those new taxes and fees, we basically come to a zero gain or loss on revenues. And that's still to be determined finally, but really, it doesn't help us replace those critical revenues we had in several of our funds throughout the organization. So we are asking for you to submit a comment on that, as well as the second issue related to fund level accounting versus organization wide. As we know, several funds have been impacted differently than others, and most notably is our BBB taxes related to tourism and our highway user revenues. If these are blended as an organizational wide, we may not see any revenue replacement related to that category of the American Rescue Plan Act, which was intended to help our cities. And then the third issue is the state grants. We often receive one-time grants for public safety equipment, forest fuel reductions in libraries, and we would ask that they exclude those one-time things. Sarah Langley has provided a letter attached to the memo that we are seeking your okay to submit. I will ask Sarah if she wants to provide any comments related to it, but if you are okay with it, we will put the signatures on it, and Sarah will submit to the Treasury on your behalf. You as council members are also welcome to submit comments directly to the U.S. Treasury. There is no limit to what we can provide. And you are also welcome, and a link is provided within that memo if you are interested in providing. I'll pause for a minute to see if Sarah or Stacy have anything to add on the American Rescue Plan Act before I close the conversation.
Thank you, Rick, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Langley, Management Analyst. I think Rick covered the contents of the letter very well. It basically focuses on those three key issues that Rick covered. So as Rick mentioned, unless we hear any feedback from Council requesting changes or edits to the letter, I'll plan to submit that on behalf of the City Council this Friday to the Federal Register. So thank you, and appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. And then our next steps, we're going to continue to do the reading, and looks like we're already getting thumbs up. Thank you. We're going to keep doing the reading and looking at the rules and guidelines and put together a packet for a council review in September to start getting down to the details of the allowable expenses and seek direction from council. We hope to, really bring some detailed information to you at that time and move forward with the American Rescue Act plan funding. So with that, I'll conclude my comments, and I've seen some okays for the letter, but I appreciate any questions or comments you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Tata and Ms. Langley. Councilmember McCarthy has a question, but otherwise I think you got a few thumbs up.
I presume that you have emailed that to us. Is that true?
It's in the council packet for tonight, but I can also email it. I could also email if you want us to.
Okay, I can look in the council packet. That's fine.
Okay.
So if you don't hear back from me, assume that I'm fine with it. I will read it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's attached to the report. It's actually not fully in the original agenda packet. So you can find it though on the agenda attachments in the report. Yeah. So with that, I think we have all the thumbs up you need to move forward with that. Anything else on this note?
Nothing for me.
I think that concludes the ARPA funding summary if there are no additional questions. And just to clarify, Councilmember McCarthy, the draft letter is appended along with the memo to the manager's report. And again, it's a very voluminous report, but it is there. Mr. Mayor, can I just add a couple more things that are not related to that are in the report? I made mention of some life-saving heroics by one of our officers. I also wanted to make mention once again of firefighter engineer Wesley Forback, who we gave you the story and the video a while back about his efforts up on Mount Eldon in a great rescue endeavor that was successful. He was recently awarded a State of Arizona Firefighter of the Year Heroism Award by the association. We're so proud of him for that. Also, I made mention of a very heartwarming story that regarded an officer helping out a woman with her pet. That is Officer Brant Chapin, and that story is in there as well. I asked if you would have your calendars at hand, and if I may cover one more very quick item, and then I will conclude. Two things here. The first is September, we have a council retreat. We typically have 4 a year, and September is a good time to have one. We are thinking the end of September, and we usually have these retreats on Thursdays. We're looking at either the 3rd or 4th Thursday of September. We have a facilitator lined up. We're beginning to put the pieces together on an agenda for that. These retreats take 2 or 3 months to plan. So we want to get busy on that. We're wondering if we can get some quick feedback as to what might be council's preference, either the 3rd or 4th Thursday of September.
4th Thursday works better for Councilmember Shimoni. It also works a bit better for me as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any issues if we were to do the 4th Thursday? Does anybody have a conflict of schedules? I'm seeing, I'll continue to monitor the post. It looks favorable, so we'll get that finalized and notify you of that. The last item is a little bit self-serving on my end. I want to inform council that I'll be taking a holiday at the end of July, the last 2 weeks of July. You'll get a formal email communication to that effect. During parts of that time, actually most of that time, I will not have access to internet and phone reception will be spotty. So you'll look for the dates, emails forthcoming. In my absence, Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson will be the acting manager. And thank you to her for that. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor and Council, unless you have any questions, comments, concerns. Thank you.
Well, thank you, City Manager. I think good. Councilmember Shimoni, did you need to hop in here?
Really quick, thank you, City Manager, for the great updates. I also wanted to give just a shout out to Raymond Gonzalez, who's been with the city for 30 years. Thank you for your service, and everyone else on that list. Everything in between from 5 years to 30 years. We appreciate all of you, and I look forward to that those upcoming celebrations. City Manager is an idea in the future. I know this will add work to your workload, but you know, maybe for some of those folks who have been with the city for a while, a photo from the beginning of their service and then where they are now. But
yeah, Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, it's a good idea.
But I love reading the updates, and you stole my thunder in recognizing firefighter Wesley Forback for his award at the state level. Really deserving and really proud of our fire department and also our police department. And again, I wanted to express gratitude to Officer Brad Gilbert for his life-saving efforts. Really humbling to read about that story, and extremely grateful. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, and thank you to all the updates in that. Really enjoyed reading all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Well, with that, it brings us to agenda item 13, which is our informational items and reports from council and staff. See if you had anything to add on to the discussion, starting with Councilmember Sweet.
Not tonight, Mayor. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoys a break during our recess.
Break.
Right. Quotation marks.
Yep. Councilmember Shimoni.
Nothing else to add myself. Great meeting everybody. Great year. Enjoy the break. And looking forward to getting back to in-person meetings in August. I will go ahead and put this on the radar, though, for staff. I will submit another FAIR to discuss, let's see, a discussion about unsheltered and vulnerable populations during, let's see, I'm trying to read my previous FAIR, during times of forest closures. So I'm hoping to have a discussion around our unsheltered and vulnerable populations during times of forest closures. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Enjoy the break, and yeah, talk to y'all soon.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, and enjoy the summer break.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing. I just want to say I'll see you all next week. Next month.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan.
Nothing for me, Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Today, I was honored to present a proclamation to Rotary of Flagstaff for 100 years of service to Flagstaff. Congratulations. And just to remind all of us that the forests are open. However, we are still in stage 2 restrictions, and we are still in a drought. So please, no fire and no smoking in the forest. But otherwise, enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I got nothing else for tonight. So without further ado, our July 6th meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.